They've lost over 600 pounds. Find out how you can lose weight, too.
I've got my...
Let it snow. Just go to WWMT.com.
Catch all your favorite stars at the People's Choice Awards, live CBS tonight.
Star looking deep for Dowler. Touchdown.
CBS Sports, over 50 years of great memories.
People make a name for themselves in the regular season, but they become legends in the playoffs.
Playing to survive, aiming to win any way they can.
This is not a game.
Because it's the playoffs. I mean, you're talking about a whole different ballgame.
Downfield, Marvin's got it.
Priest Holmes picks up his 27th touchdown of the year. Priest goes to the promised land.
This is not a game.
And who's the MVP?
Well, you can spell Peyton Manning MVP today. I'm telling you, he is white hot.
You better believe it.
This is not a game.
It's an unbelievable opportunity.
You know you're playing the Chiefs. You feel like you're going to need to score some points.
The only thing that's going to be important in this one is just to score more than they do on that day.
This is not a game.
Hello, friends. Welcome to our New York studios and a special divisional playoff edition of the NFL Today. Dion is so ready, he's already in full gear. The NFL Today presented by Southwest Airlines. Jim Nance along with Dan, Dion, and Boomer. You ready? What's going on here?
Well, I don't feel good, Jim.
Get ready.
Please.
It's game time, man.
It's playoff time.
Don't be doing this. Get out of here.
It's playoff time.
Get him some tissue.
Hey, we got two playoff games coming up. We're up first here with the Colts and Chiefs, and yesterday I think it proved that all this talk in the offseason about the big free agent pickup of Jake the Snake Plummer should have been the attention maybe diverted instead to Jake Delhomme.
Yeah, Jake Delhomme is an unbelievable player. Obviously, you know, coming off, you know, free agency acquisition. You know, who cares about home field advantage? Obviously, Carolina didn't. The thing that's great about him is in tight ball games, he had 7 wins this year with 3 points or less, and it was impressive yesterday how he handled that. Undrafted free agent, 1 game away from the Super Bowl.
Running games, ladies and gentlemen. Running games is the key. You got to have a running game or a great defense or a great quarterback, sort of like an MVP, Cole. Type quarterback.
Right. How about a coach on the sideline making decisions and making the right decisions in the meat of the ball game and going for it when you have the best offense or one of the best offenses in football? And I'm alluding to Mike Martz, of course. I got to tell you something. You are at home. You have Torrey Holt, Isaac Bruce, Marshall Falk. You got to throw the ball. You got to take a shot to win the game at the end of the game.
Take a shot to the wrong.
So you learned something back Super Bowl when the Patriots came back.
We've got more on that Martz situation coming up, and of course you went after him pretty good yesterday at halftime of our game. I didn't know better. I would think you're talking about Lawrence Taylor instead of Mike Martz here. Okay? Hey, guys, it is time for the NFL Today to go on the field, presented by AOL, and we're going to head out to Arrowhead, where Dick Enberg and Dan Deerdorf are standing by live for the call. Gentlemen.
And, Jim, the great news, temperature reaching toward 50 degrees. This is like anticipating one of those great feasts. And with the skills of these two teams, the top 2 scoring teams in the NFL, it's going to be a high-calorie experience today.
God, I love it when you start talking about food right at the start of a telecast. This is a buffet. It's a buffet of talent. And, of course, we start with the co-MVP of the National Football League and Peyton Manning. Almost 4,300 yards, 29 touchdowns in the regular season, and 5 last week.
And there's a place at the table for Edgerrin James, the all-time Colts rushing leader in just 4 seasons.
And marvelous Marvin Harrison to the Pro Bowl again. He's healthy after injury problems earlier in the year.
And the home team, hoping that the home crowd will help them with the home cooking. They've got some high-skilled players, too.
They counter with some heavyweights, and a happy guy is their quarterback, Trent Green. He was elected to his first Pro Bowl, along with Manning, the only 2 QBs in the league to throw for over 4,000 yards.
And what else can you say about Priest Holmes? 27 rushing touchdowns, more than anyone in NFL history in a season.
And the big guy catching the ball isn't a wide receiver. He's tight end Tony Gonzalez back to the Pro Bowl one more time.
Oh, my, it figures it'll take over 30 to win the game. All right, 6-course meal. How about the dessert?
Well, it's the playoffs, and that means that special teams really count for something, Dick. And for the Colts, of course, it's Mr. Perfect. Mike Vanderjagt didn't miss during the regular season, 2 for 2 last week.
And the best kick returner in the game for Kansas City, Dante Hall, with those 4 touchdown returns early in the year. Will he come up with a big run today? So there it is. It's going to be a delicious meal here in Kansas City. The weather conditions ideal. We're looking forward to calling it for you, Jim.
I'm looking forward to your call. I've got an appetite for it after hearing you two. Thank you, Dick and Dan. And, of course, a reminder, you can catch all the highlights from all of the NFL playoff games at AOL. Let's get a little headline thought from all the guys about this game. Dan, you're first.
Well, first of all, you look at the Indianapolis Colts and their defense. They like Tony Dungy likes to play that umbrella coverage. Look for Tony Gonzalez to have a big day because they really don't match up well with them. 6 of their guys were in the secondary were on the injury list this week. Tony Gonzalez could have a big day in this game.
They don't match up well. They didn't match up well against Denver. Ron Meeks, defensive coordinator of the Indianapolis Colts, he would not allow Priest Holmes to beat them. He's going one or the other. You're going to run or you're going to pass, and he's going to eliminate the run and make Trent Green beat them. And I don't think that Trent Green can do that job.
This could be one of those classic games where it's just up and down the field because I don't think Indianapolis has got enough to stay with Kansas City, especially at home. You know, this is one of the best home field situations in the league. Those fans are absolutely crazy. Danny, you and I know from
try to make friends with the fans.
No, but you and I know from playing quarterback in the league, almost impossible to communicate. How is Peyton Manning going to do that at the line of scrimmage in Arrowhead? Almost impossible.
You know, speed's so key here, and Dick Vermeil got a little more speed added this week.
He did.
Practice,
Look at this,
Dan.
a 9-11. He gets a gift, and this just proves to you that wives love to spend money.
His money.
I mean, look at this. Look at the gifts. Like you got to cut you 150 grand. Not bad.
Well,
just add a little speed to his team.
Don't you have
That's
about
real
5
nice
of those in your garage?
I have one.
She got him a gift with
Black,
his money.
He's got one in each color.
Yeah.
Now it's time for the Nextel question of the day. Peyton Manning and Steve McNair voted co-MVPs of the league. Who would you have voted for, Manning or McNair?
Jamal
Titans
Lewis.
were eliminated last night. Or do you agree that Manning and McNair should share MVP? Cast your vote. CBSSportsline.com/Nextel. We'll have the results coming up at halftime. All right, let's talk about the AFC playoff action that we saw last night from Foxborough. Titans and the Patriots, and New England struck first.
You got that right. Brady hit Johnson, long TV pass. I can't believe he got that open, and this is the playoffs. But right here, Brown comes back with a great run. Where is my man, Eddie George? TD run by Smith right here and taking it 14-7. And Steve McNair hitting his main guy, Derek Mason, going over the top, punching it in for the touchdown. This is turning out to be a great game. Adam Vinatieri, always consistent. You could always count on it.
Just made it.
Just made it. But you have a player like Steve McNair, he's going to give you a chance to win. Drew Bennett, you got to have that, baby.
Armand Katayan was there after the game for us.
What about the conditions, Ty? How difficult was it playing out here tonight?
You know, once the adrenaline's flowing, I mean, you really can't feel it. I mean, the combat, it actually numbs you, the cold, you know what I'm saying? So, I mean, it's just another day at the office for us.
I didn't anticipate this, nor did those guys inside. You know, it's this numbing feeling comes over you when you have an expectation level as high as we did, and it suddenly comes to a screeching halt.
All right, guys, some thoughts on that final last night.
You know, I got to tell you something. Jeff Fisher does a great job down in Tennessee, and Steve McNair, again, a warrior playing through the injuries. We all saw that at the end of the game again last night. I think what's going to be interesting is next week, Romeo Crennel against either the Indianapolis Colts or Kansas City offense. I can't wait to see that matchup up in Boston.
I thought they were going to get better run support from the running game of Tennessee. If you could, come on, if you could run on Baltimore, and I know you could run on New England, but y'all got to give New England credit, man. I really do. Fans, I love you. I do.
Yeah, right.
Can't wait to see you.
Well, Jeff thought we were going to be in Kansas City for that AFC
Fans, I can't wait.
Easy now, easy now. I picked New England yesterday, and Dion did not. And we're going to be there next Sunday on CBS.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Or the Colts at the Patriots next week on CBS. Let's talk about the NFC game yesterday. That big decision marked with about a half minute on the clock, a timeout. He elected to go for the tying field goal, sent it to overtime. Here we are in OT, and Casey misfired for the win at first.
Yeah, look at Mike Martz's reaction on the sideline because he realizes, you know, I got a break here because I made that mistake at the end of the first half. And then Jeff Wilkins, he goes to win it, and it is short. And as Jake Delhomme told us, This has been one wacky football game, but right here, Steve Smith wins it, the long touchdown run, and we spoke to Jake right after the game.
This game had so many twists and turns, and to end on a play like that, what a great play by Steve Smith of catching the ball and making someone miss and running, and the O-line gave him protection. So it's a great win. It just kind of sums up what our team has done all year long.
I just wanted to get this thing into overtime, and I felt like if we could get it into overtime, we'd win this game, and that's why I did that. I just I was very sure about the decision and don't regret that decision. I just, you know, we had our opportunities in overtime certainly to win it, and we just didn't get it done.
Boy, this is a decision that will haunt and be scrutinized. It will haunt Mike Martz. What was your thought on that whole thing?
Well, first of all, you know, I got a guy, you know, all year you're playing, you know, you're going after it, you're playing, you get down where you have a chance to go to the NFC Championship game, and you take the ball out of your quarterback's hands with that time left. I mean, there's situations in a game that you practice. I usually practice it. Take 2 shots in the end zone. Maybe you get a blitz. You might have a chance to win the game there. Your quarterback's got to know. If he has a chance to win it, go for it and win. If not, throw the ball away, get rid of it, don't take a sack. And, you know, in this situation, Mike Martz got to come up with at least 2 shots in the end zone, give his guys a chance to win the game.
Deion, you don't agree with all this.
I let Boomer establish his point.
Well, you know, my thing is, go back to a Super Bowl a few years ago between the Patriots and the St. Louis Rams. At the end of the game, a lot of people thought that the Patriots should have taken it into overtime and played conservative, but Bill Belichick didn't do that with Tom Brady, and they came back and won. I have never seen a home team coach with that type of offense basically become conservative at the end of the game like that. I think it's a calculated or miscalculation.
That type
of plus, and they only ran 4 plays.
How much time was left on the clock?
Well, when Marshall Faulk was tackled, 36 seconds.
Okay, you got 1 timeout, right?
Yeah, 1
You got a quarterback.
First
How
down,
many interceptions had he thrown at the time?
Well, 2.
2 interceptions. You're going to put the ball in his hands? You're going to take the ball out of his hands, get the tie, live the play in overtime?
No way. No way.
That's what I feel. I think Mike Martz made a great call.
There's ways to do it. You got to approach it the right way.
No way. You got to give it at least a shot.
I think he made a good
Drew Bennett made that catch, 3-point game at the 15-yard line. You think Fisher would have played for the tie?
Going for it.
You got Steve McNabb as a co-MVP.
All right, the Panthers again will host the Packers or visit the Eagles next Sunday in the NFC title game. An update on Stephen Davis. Panthers head coach John Fox told us this morning that he is listing Stephen Davis, who pulled a quad in yesterday's win, as 50-50 for next week's NFC title game, but he did not sound optimistic on the phone. And when we come back, we're going to talk live in just a few minutes with 2 anchors of Carolina's defense, Julius Peppers, Mike Ruckers. Still ahead, though, on the NFL Today as well, Peyton Manning and his core of Colts wide receivers.
We all don't care who's catching the ball. It doesn't matter if Troy's getting 10 and Reggie's getting 5 and I'm getting 1.
It's a matter of a guy taking advantage of his opportunity.
Priest Holmes has now set an all-time record.
I would rush to watch the NFL Today.
No one ever picked us to make it to that spot last year. No one that expects us to do anything this year. We've been there so many times. Now it's time for us to make it and sort of push the door open.
Cars and trucks, 1,000 winners nationwide, 1 hot button. It's the widest selection of cars and trucks on the planet. For a chance to win, go to a participating GM dealer, push the OnStar button, and play the game. Have you pushed the GM hot button yet?
Mike, Sue.
Yes.
Love and honor. Yep. Sickness, health.
Uh-huh.
Objections? Rings? Do you?
I do.
Do you?
I do.
Kiss? Husband and wife. Next.
Nextel walkie-talkies get it done.
I have clients who were born with a do-it-yourself gene. These are people who can fix a computer, wire a ceiling fan, make a VCR stop blinking. For them, H&R Block has a website where they can do their own taxes online. And if they have any tax problems, they can call or email a tax pro, someone like me, for whatever help they need. How do you make a VCR stop blinking?
Taxes and advice online. Another advantage of H&R Block.
You've launched the pink slip virus. Your office is now infected. They'll soon trace it back to you. Good luck finding a new job.
Want to get away? Now you can with Southwest Airlines Internet specials for just $39 to $99 when you purchase by January 19th, only at southwest.com.
You are now free to move about the country.
Ready for an amazing deal from Pizza Hut? Get a meat lovers or veggie lovers pizza for $8.99. And you don't get some skimpy one-topping pizza. You get it the Pizza Hut way with lots of toppings. And I mean lots of toppings.
Wow. Now that is a lot of toppings.
Yep. Practically every meat on the planet or every veggie in the garden. Who else but Pizza Hut piles it on like this for just $8.99? So come on now, gather around the good stuff.
A teacher was the prime suspect in a bizarre murder.
She was one of my students.
Killed on campus?
Whipped and strangled with a car antenna.
Now, 9 years later, a secret will lead to a shocking discovery.
Well, there must have been a reason you were investigated.
And one reason only. Holly and I were having an affair.
Don't miss Cold Case, new episode CBS tonight.
The NFL Today is presented by Southwest Airlines, proud sponsor of the NFL and official airline of Super Bowl 38.
Welcome back live, everybody, to the NFL Today. Looking forward to the Colts and Chiefs divisional playoff game here on CBS. But right now, it's time for some quick hits. We're going to begin with you, Dan. Of the 4 new coaches, you're already buzzing yourself. Here we go.
Checking the buzzers.
All right. Of the 4 new coaches hired this week, who do you believe got the best situation?
Well, when you look at the 4 new coaches, you're looking at Gibbs and Mora. But for me, it's got to be Mora because it's a quarterback-driven league, and Michael Vick is a great young quarterback. He's going to put him in a situation where he can win right away. So he is definitely in the best situation.
I think it's got to be Tom Coughlin. They got a great team, just a lack of discipline. They're going to have a good defense next year. Kerry Collins, Amani Silver, Tiki Barber, Michael Strahan. It's got to be Tom Coughlin.
You are just trying to provoke me. I'm not even going to fall for it because you said Tom Coughlin because you know how I feel about Tom Coughlin. And I'm not going to be provoked today, ladies and gentlemen.
You won't offer for the folks what you think of Tom Coughlin?
I rest my case.
All right, Deion, 7 coaches lost their jobs this season. And you want to look ahead and tell us who next year.
Oh, you got to be.
I don't know why, but you want to talk about Hot Seat 04.
Yeah, a lot of these coaches going to visit Dr. Prime next year. Tell you what, Bill Cowher 6-10 last year, he's got to be on a hot seat. You got to go to the playoffs. You don't go farther. You got to win a Super Bowl, at least get to the Super Bowl. I'm not going to even talk about Marty Schottenheimer. I don't even know how he still has a job. He's not on a hot seat. His seat is on fire. Fire. F-I. Not fire.
How can we talk about firing guys?
I think
the season's not even over yet. We're firing guys
because they should have been fired this year.
And Bill Cowher and Marty Schottenheimer are terrific football coaches. I don't care what you say. I don't care about your personal agenda. I don't care about any of that stuff. Those guys are great coaches.
Fire everybody. Everybody's fired.
Man.
Boy, I tell you, Boomer, you've changed, man. It's all about trying to get them now going, isn't it? All right, I got a question for you, Boomer.
Yes.
All right, take a look at this. We know Dallas had this great turnaround this season.
Right.
Cincinnati was a big turnaround team. What about next year?
I think it's got to be right there, Jacksonville. Byron Leftwich going to be a much better player in his second season. Jack Del Rio has done a terrific job. 6th-rated defense, 12th-rated offense. You got to believe that they're building something. They'll have the 9th pick in the draft. They should get an impact player. I think Jack Del Rio and the Jacksonville Jaguars will have the surprise season next year. The only problem is they got to play Tennessee and Indianapolis twice on their schedule because they're in the same division.
Yeah. You just said you love the Giants.
Yeah, but I'm just saying the surprise team. That wouldn't be a surprise to me. This is a surprise.
You went through that whole AFC South. You forgot to mention the Houston Texans. That's a tough division next year.
It is a very tough division.
And don't forget about them. Hey, listen, I want to ask you about the best tight end in the game today, Boomer. Who is it?
I got to tell you, Jeremy Shockey right there, explosive. Todd Heap, tremendous down in Baltimore. You know, Shannon Sharp, he's okay. But I think it's got to be Tony Gonzalez in Kansas City. He's the guy that's setting the tone.
Contrary.
You don't like that?
You name 3 good tight ends. The only great tight end in the NFL happens to be on set with you all.
Preach, preacher.
It just so happens that 2 of the guys you mentioned, Shockey and Heat, we had the same offensive coordinator. Me with Fossil, 168 catches, 2,005 yards, 13 touchdowns. Shockey, 2 years, 122 catches, 1,429 yards, 4 touchdowns. Todd Heap, in 3 years, only has 1 more catch, 100 more yards, and 3 more touchdowns.
Who needs Johnny Cochran?
And plus,
who needs Johnny Cochran?
The little thing about the Super Bowl, we're not going to throw that in there just yet.
How many Super Bowl rings do you have?
You got 3. I have 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's
I can divvy them up. I can divvy them up with the guy.
Right.
Gonzo, you have an opportunity to get one. Heat next year. Shockey next year. But you talk about next year. I have in pocket 3.
And I have 2. And
So
we have 5 people, and when we share, everybody have 1.
You give Dan one, you give Boomer one,
bad.
and I'll share mine with these guys.
All right.
Don't curse.
You better not curse.
Shannon Sharp will join us. He'll huddle up with us as we continue on the NFL Today. And next, Peyton Manning talking about Marvin Harrison and his other talented trio of wide receivers.
Manning under center. Manning dropping. Looks right. Airs it out. Got it! McNabb!
You know why I call so many audibles? It's because with these 3 guys, I have so many options.
I don't think this on-demand thing is for us. Why not? It's for the big guys.
We're big.
What's big?
What's big? Biggest people in 6 countries, biggest suppliers in 12 states, biggest an office in Guam.
That is big.
Yeah, and we have big guy issues, integration, outsourcing, on-demand issues.
So you're saying this on-demand thing
Is for us. Even though we're not that big.
Yet.
Act like a big guy, pay like a little guy.
What?
Hey, Bob. Hey. You get a new haircut?
No.
Hey, Bob.
Hey.
Did you lose weight?
Your jacket, Bob?
Nope. What's different? He finally asked his doctor about Viagra. Ready to ask your doctor about Viagra for the first time? Find out if a free sample is right for you. To learn more, visit Viagra.com.
Called the sitter, I walked the dog, and I saw the doctor.
Ask your doctor and see the difference.
I got you something.
Oh, you shouldn't have. Oh, this is nice. And here's yours. I know it's not fancy, but it's what's inside that counts. And what's inside is Labatt Blue.
Wow.
Huh?
I love it.
Break out the blue. Labatt Blue.
Awesome gift.
Oh, yeah.
Happy Jack wasn't told, but he was a fan. They couldn't stop Jack or the water stopping. And they couldn't prevent Jack from being happy.
Thursday, a victim is a dead ringer for one of CSI's own in a case that will haunt Gil Grissom.
Don't tell me you never went home.
A powerful new CSI. Then, a young lawyer goes missing. Now he'll leave a bizarre trail of clues and hide a secret you won't believe.
Am I the only one that finds this strange?
A new Without a Trace after CSI Thursday.
Today's IBM NFL Rewind looks back to this date 34 years ago when the Kansas City Chiefs won Super Bowl IV.
Let's go, boys. Hey, let's go, man. Come on, Lenny. Pump it in there, baby. Just keep matriculating the ball down the field, boys. They can't cover that in a million years. See, that's like stealing over there. Let's have a blue right slot fake draw 908-51 G-O reverse. You know, you got a reverse coming from tight eye. Reverse! Reverse! 65 toss bar trap. That might pop wide open, Rats. Dawson, quick count. Dawson, post sideline pattern. Taylor hooks. 25. He cuts back. 20. He's going to go. World champion, baby. Nice going. Yeah.
For more, go to NFL.com, your official source for NFL news.
And we send our best to the Hall of Famer, my man Hank Stram, watching today down in Louisiana, getting all set to watch the Chiefs and the Colts here on CBS. And we are delighted to be joined here in the studio by Broncos tight end Shannon Sharp, a man who never is at a loss for words.
I'm calling the president. President, we need a National Guard. We need as many men as you can spare because we are killing the Patriots. So call the dogs off. Send the National Guard, please.
Don't blow it. Don't blow it. Pony up. Go down here and get the job done.
Just like that. Better run that back, Q-tip.
We're going for the jugular.
Shannon again, welcome. And, of course, you're very familiar with these Colts, having seen them twice here in the last few weeks. What do you expect out of them today?
That was some good stuff there, though.
It was great stuff. That's why we showed it.
Well, I don't know how well they can play after what they came off last week. And if they play as well as they played against us last week, Kansas City's in trouble. But if Kansas City run Priest home, if Priest home baptizes them like he has done all year, Kansas City, you're headed to New England.
All right, okay. Hey, we're going to have more on that and more thoughts from Shannon in just a moment. But right now, Bonnie Bernstein joins us live from Arrowhead with more on Manning and the receivers who have helped him establish, well, just last week, a perfect quarterback rating against Denver. Bonnie, how are you?
I'm doing great, Jim. Well, it certainly helps when Peyton Manning can spread the ball around to 7 guys the way he did against Denver and throw 2 touchdowns to a receiver in Brandon Stokely, who was down most of the year because of injuries. But if you look at it, one of the biggest differences between last year and this year for Peyton Manning is simply this. In 2002, he'll tell you he really only felt comfortable locking in on one guy, and that was Marvin Harrison. This year, Peyton Manning has a host of more than capable targets on his radar.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment you've all been waiting for. Touchdown, Indianapolis Colts!
Last week, you finally get that proverbial monkey off your back.
Colts win!
How much did your depth at the receiver position attribute to that win?
It played a huge factor, being able to spread that ball around, and it's kind of been by committee.
Teams during the regular season, you can afford to double team me. Now it's like, okay, if we double Marvin and someone else beats us, now what are we going to do?
Reggie Wayne has really stepped up as that solid number 2 receiver and has had a great year, but then Troy Walters was kind of the slot to start the year, and then all of a sudden Brandon Stokely got healthy, and it just kind of keeps defenses off balance.
When you look at last year and how Marvin set a single season record with 143 catches, y'all are probably thinking, where am I going to get any balls from this year?
You kind of looked at yourself and you wondered if you was doing something wrong. All offseason, it was our job to say, hopefully we can keep him from catching 143 balls this year.
You were pretty open about saying, you know what, I'm just not a practice player. What's the difference for you Monday through Saturday now?
Now this year, I've taken game tapes home and looked at DBs and looked at the flaws that they have, and just going out and going 100 miles per hour. You kind of look at Marv, and he's not taking any plays off. I've definitely seen a different approach. I'm the leader of our group, so to speak, but I don't do a lot of talking. They just sort of watch me, and they sort of do the same thing.
Every day, every practice, he's out there going full speed, never taking a play off, and competing for balls in practice. And that rubs off on everybody else, because if he's doing it, we got to do it.
He's like a freak of nature. He eats all the wrong foods. He got a gang of tasty cakes in front of his locker.
Do you share with the other guys?
Oh, yeah. Everyone wants something to eat, they come to my locker, the whole entire team.
Can each of you pick a pivotal game where you really felt like, finally, I'm part of the offense?
Jacksonville. All career highs for me.
Tampa Bay, I got in there and made some catches over the middle. We all made some key plays to pull out that game.
Mine would have to be probably Atlanta, just getting back into the lineup and making a couple touchdowns.
How tough is it to keep everybody happy?
It's tough. I'm real conscious of trying to spread the ball around, and not necessarily just to keep them happy, just because I feel like that's our best chance to win.
When I first got here, I remember the offensive coordinator, Tom Moore, said every Monday somebody's going to have their lip poked out, and that's just how it is.
We all don't care really who's catching the ball. We all have one goal, is to win when you get to the Super Bowl, and that's it.
And, of course, Stokely is the only Colt on the active roster who has that Super Bowl ring. In fact, he put Baltimore on the board 3 years ago when the Ravens beat up the Giants. Now, with this depth at receiver for Indianapolis, it really puts a whole new spin on the triplets comparison that's been going on for several years between Manning and Harrison and Edger and James for the Colts and the Cowboys of the 90s, of course, with Troy Aikman and Michael Irvin and Emmitt Smith, because Dallas had a great supporting cast. They had Alvin Harper as that solid number 2 receiver. They had Jay Novacek as a great receiving tight end. Indianapolis didn't have that until now, and Peyton Manning says, I know my personnel department's not going to want to hear this. It took 6 years to get to this point, but now I challenge my receiving corps against any other teams in the league, Jim.
All right, thank you very much there, Bonnie. And hey, Boomer tried to talk about it a little bit earlier, too, and your thoughts about Peyton Manning on the road here?
Well, first of all, Kansas City is such a hard place to play. You guys know it. The crowd noise, they're going to be excited. A playoff game, chance to go to the AFC Championship game. What Peyton Manning needs to do, and Coach Tom Moore, we don't want to have this early in the game. Don't check with me at the line. I don't want to see Peyton Manning going over here and checking off and going over here. You got to run. You know what I'm saying, going over here, how he does it. You got to run, call and run it plays. Go to the line of scrimmage, get that defense set, and you got to go on a quick count. You know, Boomer, we talked to that before. Yeah. Second sound, set Hut, hand it to Edgerrin James, get him going, get that offensive line coming off the ball. You can't sit back because that could be dangerous.
He don't want to go to Edgerrin James. He wants to win the game himself.
Well,
he doesn't want to run the ball. No, he doesn't want to run the ball.
If you run the ball on Kansas City, you would have success. And you know what? All these guys in the interview talking about, you know, we don't care. We just want to be a team because they're all #2 receivers. They're not a one. Marvin Harrison, the only guy that was on that feature, is a #1 receiver. The rest of these guys are just co-stars.
You know, it's funny that you pick out Marvin Harrison because Reggie Wayne said it, that he is a true professional during the week as well as on Sunday. He sets the example. He's a great football player, a quiet football player. I mean, look at these numbers right here the last week against Denver. You saw him up close and personal, Shannon. This is truly one of the underappreciated superstars in the NFL, isn't it?
No question in my mind. He has to be. You know, you keep talking about T.O., you talk about Randy Moss, and even Torrey Holt. But I tell you what, for your money, you got to take number 88 for the Colts. He is as good as advertised.
Doesn't make mistakes, doesn't drop many balls. And when he got up and ran, that was a head case. That was a man with his head in the game. How can you guys sit there and don't like
you're the head case.
guys on football?
You're the head case.
Matter of fact, move his chair out so we can get
We got a few head cases around here. Reminder, you can get the latest playoff news and find out more about Gridiron Greats presented by T-Mobile at CBSSportsLine.com. Still ahead on the show, we'll talk live with Carolina defensive duo of Rucker and Peppers. And next, Leslie with the story of Donovan McNabb.
Destiny? Yeah. We're looking to fulfill our own destiny.
Nothing tentative about that. The NFL Today is sponsored by Southwest Airlines. Friendly, nonstop service all across the country. Southwest Airlines, a symbol of freedom. Wachovia Securities. Together, we can achieve uncommon results. And by the all-new AOL 9.0 Optimized. Life needs upgrades.
It's no fable. The wise patient shopper.
Pigskin Picks at WWMT.com.
Jim Nance, Dan Marino, Deion Sanders, Boomer Esiason, the NFL Today.
Welcome back live on the NFL Today, and joining us now live from Charlotte, North Carolina, are Panthers defensive ends Mike Rucker and Julius Peppers after the big win over the Rams yesterday. Gentlemen, thanks for joining us. Mike, I'll begin with you. I want to comment about your great young coach, John Fox, and what did he tell you guys when you went into that environment at St. Louis, so hard for a road team to win? What was the message to you?
Well, he just told us to do what we do best. And we've been in a hostile environment when we went up to Indianapolis, and so we were kind of prepared for that going into this game. We were going into a beehive.
Julius, you guys are playing like you have a chip on your shoulder. Do you feel like you're getting the recognition you deserve this season?
Not yet. I think we still got to win a couple more games before we get the respect that we deserve. But, you know, we're working towards it.
Hey, Mike, this is Boomer Esiason here. On the field yesterday at the end of regulation, were you shocked that the Rams didn't take a shot for the win there at the end?
A little bit, because you know, their offense is wide open, and for them to kind of be conservative a little bit and run the ball, that did kind of shock us a little bit, but that's what they were doing, so we had to stop it and try to give our chance to block it or something.
Julius, this is Deion. It was a pleasure meeting you last year in Harlem on 145th Street, man. We was buying some shoes. You guys are making it happen. Your secondary, all right, but you two defensive linemen are really making it happen. Is it upsetting that you're not mentioned with, like, the defensive lines of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and other guys around the league?
No, not at all. We believe in each other over here. On this team, we feel like we had the best defense in the league, the best defensive line. So, you know, as long as we keep believing in each other, and, you know, as long as we can count on everybody to make plays and, you know, we keep having fun, we'll keep moving.
Julius, Mike, this is Shannon Sharp. I wanted to ask you, I noticed you didn't take a whole lot of unnecessary risk. Looked like you just brought your front four and you played cover 2. Was that because you didn't want to give up the big plays to Isaac Bruce and Torrey Hope?
Definitely. I mean, we feel like we have a great front four that we could get some pressure and kind of disrupt their timing. You got to tip your hat off to our defensive backs. They weren't given a chance going into this game, and they had a big game yesterday.
Thank you.
Hey, Mike, Julius, thank you very much. Good luck next week. We know that, Green Bay wins here today. You'll be hosting the Packers. Otherwise, you're heading up to Philadelphia. You're one game from going to the Super Bowl.
Appreciate it.
All the best. All the best to you both. And again, Carolina awaiting the winner of that game later today. Leslie Visser, meanwhile, joins us live from Philadelphia with more on that NFC Divisional playoff game today. Leslie, take it away there.
Hey, Jim. Hi, guys. Well, it is chilly in Philly. It's about 18 degrees here. It's actually colder here than it is in Green Bay. Well, as for the Eagles, no change in the status of cornerback Troy Vincent. Dion, you might have to come down off that desk and play. Vincent received quite a bit of treatment yesterday, but it is still very much in doubt as to whether he will play. And as for the Packers, we know they lead the league in intangibles, but the Packers aren't the only team on a run here. The Eagles also think they are Destiny's child.
So everyone's just saying, oh, Green Bay, Brett Favre's destiny, but has it been the last
What about ours? You know, what about ours? We're hungry. We're coming in with a chip on our shoulder. This is our 3rd time here, and hopefully 3 times the charm.
We keep hearing about this destiny. Where does that leave us? You know, we're trying to get to the Super Bowl, and everybody's talking about they're just going to come here and run through us.
For the past 2 years, we went to the NFC Championship and have home field advantage. So having these opportunities are few and far between.
Is this the same team that started 0-2, or did I miss something?
You know, it's the same team. I think we're a little bit more experienced, a little bit more confident, and I think a lot of guys are stepping up to make big plays.
We kind of regathered some thoughts as coaches and players, and we went out there and put together a nice string of wins.
No one would have ever thought we won 9 straight, especially after the start we had. We can only just focus on the things that we want to accomplish. We set high goals early in the year, and now it's an opportunity for us to attain those goals.
Everyone heard about your 3-headed monster all year, but how do you view losing Brian?
It was huge. You know, you go check his numbers, 1,700 total yards, over 13 or 14 touchdowns, being able to step in with the Giants and make big plays. He's definitely going to be missed.
Anytime you lose I say, the MVP of the offense, a guy who has
say that?
I say that he is the MVP of the offense, even though that I was voted MVP, because he's done so many good things for us on the offensive side. Now it's time to challenge yourself to say, you know what, with Brian out, I'm going to be the guy to kind of step up and do the right thing.
So you're going to be the punt returner?
If I can, you know, I've been wondering if I can get out there, you know, just doing some different things.
Rush Limbaugh's comments, most people would identify as one of the biggest sports stories of the year. What impact did it have on Donovan and this team?
He showed his character. He handles himself so well in adverse situations, and that was one of the situations.
I think I would have said something about his drug problem or something. I wouldn't have turned the other cheek like he did.
No matter what people were saying, not only about Donovan, but the whole Eagles organization, for him to come out and have just an extremely awesome year, it shows a lot about what he was about.
You know, I just use that as a little motivation. I laugh about it, and I just continue to, you know, move on with the whole deal.
Is that your Packers Super Bowl ring?
It is.
Let's see it. Do you feel like you have room for another and you would willingly replace it?
Oh, sure. Yeah, but no, this one, I enjoyed that time there.
But you can't help but see it. You know, there's so many diamonds on it. You see the big G. But we're definitely trying to get one.
What is the fair way to summarize your team?
They don't care what anybody says. They just keep battling. They'll come out, they'll let their personalities show, and they'll play good football.
We've been sitting around for a while. It feels like years. But, you know, this weekend we'll finally get a chance to get out on the field.
Well, I asked Donovan, which would you rather have, 14 straight days off or the momentum of 5 straight wins? He said, honestly, I wish we'd had the 5 straight wins. He is dying to get out on this field and play. Well, as you know, Andy Reid was the quarterback coach at Green Bay. He knew Big Irv Favre. He says he has great empathy for Brett. But he told me the one thing he hopes they haven't done, he said, I hope we haven't given Green Bay any bulletin board material, because the one thing I know about Brett Favre is you don't want to make him mad. Jim?
All right, thank you very much, Leslie. That talk of destiny and fate, we discussed it last week. Dion, do you believe in it here for Green Bay?
Touching story. Touching story. It's time to play football. Fate had nothing to do with Hasselbeck hitting Al Harris in the chest for a touchdown. Fate had nothing to do with Ben Bennett dropping that ball yesterday, right? Fate had nothing to do with Peyton Manning throwing 5 TDs on y'all. Fate had nothing to do with it. That was good football, good teamwork, great game plan.
It was. And in order for Philly to win this ball game, I think what they have to do is put the ball in Donovan McNabb's hands. And for Green Bay to win, Ahman Green. I know Brett's had a great 5 or 6 games down the stretch, but in order for you to win this football game, the only chance that you have is for Ahman Green to carry it.
Well, Ahman Green is to Brett Favre what the great Terrell Davis was to, your John Elway. And I got to say this, that 1,740 all-purpose yards and 13 all-purpose touchdowns by Brian Westbrook is a big void to fill. And I'm going to tell you, you said it yesterday, Danny, Donovan McNabb has got to be that guy that we saw back in 2000. He's going to have to make a lot more plays now. Can't just sit back there in the pocket and just take a pass here and a pass there. He's got to take off with the football.
When it comes playoff time, he usually does that more.
Sure, yeah.
I mean, he'll take it on his own and try to, come up with the more production that they'll need offensively because of Westbrook being out. When I look at this game, I have the tendency to look at Philly, and yeah, I want to go with them because it's a home game. But I remember back, when looking at your former team at Elway, when he's on the road in a playoff game, Montana, all the great quarterbacks, they make the players around him better. Brett Favre makes the guys around him a lot better. He's going to be extremely dangerous in this game because it's just the way they've been playing. They've been on a roll, and with a great quarterback, they can win that road playoff game.
Isn't McNabb the starter for the NFC Pro Bowl?
Yeah.
I'm just asking.
I don't know why.
I'm just asking.
Well, look at Favre the last 3 weeks.
I'm making my comment.
I'm just asking.
Up next,
a question.
Marcus Allen with the Chiefs' record-setting running back, Priest Holmes.
Touchdown, Kansas City! Touchdown, Priest Holmes!
The only thing this Priest likes more than a Sunday off is a playoff Sunday when I have to work. Let's go to church.
This is Labatt Blue, the clean.
Monday, can Greg hang? Trisha Heaton's on The Late Show.
Green's going to throw it. He wants Gonzalez right. He's got it. Priest goes to the promised land. Dante Hall. Incredible touchdown. Kansas City. Touchdown. 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 Kansas City.
Welcome back live to the NFL today. The high-scoring Chiefs have plenty of game breakers, and Marcus Allen is live in Kansas City with a special story about one of them. Let's bring in the Hall of Famer, Marcus.
Well, thanks, Jim. Priest Holmes has had an inspiring and record-setting season, and he's gotten most of that inspiration from his father, who is now in Iraq with his Army Reserve unit.
Move up the side and let the man go through. Let the man go through. Move up the side and let the man go through. Let the man go through. Move up the side and let the man go through. Let the man go through.
No one thought that you could come back and have the season that you've had.
I credit most of that just to the things that were instilled in me at an early age and knowing about perseverance and overcoming obstacles, but also just with the organization here that allowed for me to have that time to get back from my surgery and from the injury.
Priest Holmes has now set an all-time record for total touchdowns in a single season.
You passed some great names in Marshall Faulk and rushing touchdowns, Emmitt Smith. Those are incredible players.
It's hard to really think about it right now. And the reason for that is that there's so much more on the line right now. And I'm really glad that that's been put on my shoulders and I'm able to wear that crown at this particular time. But at the same time, it's so much sweeter to bring that championship home.
Priest Holmes looked okay, didn't he?
I think he looks okay.
I tell you what, the way he's been playing just this whole year, it's been really a pleasure to go out there and block for him this year because we've been able to make history. And the way he's been playing this year, pretty much you block that guy, you stay on him for 1 second, he's through the whole touchdown.
Kansas City!
I'm very proud of him, very close to Priest. I've watched him grow, and it's maybe the first time in my career, by the time the athlete broke the record and came to the bench, that I had tears in my eyes. I get tears in my eyes easy, but normally it's in a different environment, not actually seeing someone accomplish something like he just did.
Your dad is going to Iraq. Does that sense of duty inspire you at all?
Oh, definitely, because, when they talk about heroes, they're definitely talking about our soldiers. His reason for joining the military was that to protect our country, and that if it was ever an opportunity for him to go over or he was called upon, he definitely would.
I'm glad to be able to support and glad to be able to participate and serve.
Priest was really proud of him. Priest was very, very proud of him. And I think sometimes young athletes
have to see what the real world is all about. And when it comes as close as being your own dad going over there, you know, he isn't dodging linebackers.
Holmes trying to bounce to the outside, gets a key block on the perimeter, cuts back, walks into the end zone.
There were great players during the regular season, but to become a legend in this game, you have to make your name during the playoffs.
You really do. And as far as crossing that threshold of greatness, that comes in the playoffs. And we have 2 games to get to that point, and then 4 quarters in order to step over that threshold.
Well, Priest Holmes can do it all, guys, but this game is about defense. And it's not about where you finished your rankings at the end of the year. It's about who has the best defense on the field today. Now, for Kansas City, Priest Holmes can go a long way in ensuring Kansas City's playoffs hope if they give him the ball and he gets into the end zone, guys. But back to you in New York.
All right, thank you, Marcus. And it's time now for Uncommon Performances presented by Wachovia. And I've got to ask you, Shannon, people forget Priest Holmes was a backup on your Super Bowl winning team just 3 years ago in Baltimore.
Yeah, when I first got to Baltimore, he was the starting linebacker. In the first game in the regular season, he rushed for 122 yards, and 2 weeks later, he's on the bench because Jamal is more of a power runner. And what we had offensively, we really needed Jamal in there. But you could always see there was going to be something special about this guy for the simple fact he is a lane type of runner. He needs to be on the edges. He needs to run lag draws, screens, and when they do a great job of getting him to those spots.
You know, I am shocked at you. You know, the reason that Priest can have that kind of room out there is because there's a tight end who is following in your footsteps, a man who has revolutionized the position, Tony Gonzalez, who creates all kinds of matchup problems, right?
He does. Priest goes where Tony goes because he knows he's not going to block, and he's going where they're not.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I follow him.
Yeah, but seriously, when they take Tony Gonzalez and move him out as a wide receiver, 6'4", 250 pounds, who can cover him?
Well, really, I don't really see anybody in Indy secondary that's going to be able to match up with Tony.
Well, but
the simple fact, if Kansas City gets the lead, they're going to have to come out of that cover 2, and that means their corner, which is, I think, not very good. And that's being
suspect.
They're not very good, and I don't think they can handle even Ed Kennison and Morton on the edges.
Right.
When you look at this game, guys, and you know special teams and how important it is, and Indianapolis this year has really struggled somewhat on their special teams, and it's about field position. Dante Hull, Kansas City Chiefs, all year, this guy's creating a short field. You know, if you're an offensive, you know, you're a quarterback, Trent Green, Priest Holmes, you want to play on a short field. So if you have great special teams in this game, Kansas City does, that's going to be a big impact in this game.
He's not scoring, but he's cutting the field down. They're punting.
It's field position.
Directional kicking to him, loop kicking the kickoff.
But he was doing that the first half of the season. You look at the last 8 games, he's been average. I mean, he has not been the Dante Hall that everybody saw in the
He wasn't scoring, but he's cutting the field down. So if you
but he haven't even given him that great field position that he had in the first half of the season.
You got football knowledge and you talking crazy. Get around Boomer. Hang around Boomer too much.
Hey, listen, you get last word. You saw him twice this year. The Chiefs, what do you expect we'll see from them today?
If Priest Holmes gets 25 carries, and not those power 25 carries, if he gets 25 carries, about 4 screens, 10 draws, Kansas City wins in a landslide.
I don't know about that.
Whoa.
Okay. All right, Shannon.
You got to run, EJ.
He was right yesterday.
We'll see you at halftime. All right.
At halftime.
We'll have to remember what he said. We've got our picks coming up. A reminder, we invite you to log on to CBSSportsline.com and vote for your Wachovia Securities Uncommon Performances of the Year. And the NFL Today will continue in just a moment. Again, our picks are coming up, and Peyton Manning is leaving the locker room now, ready to take the field at Arrowhead. We'll be right back.
Does it like Southwest Airlines, we always have low fares.
The NFL Today is presented by Southwest Airlines, proud sponsor of the NFL and official airline of Super Bowl 38.
Kansas City and Indianapolis just minutes away as we come back to the studio here live in New York. You know, Dan, Boomer, the 3 of us are undefeated now in the playoffs. We got to get Dion on the board.
I
with
won the Yao Ming Trophy of the season. The Yao Ming Trophy.
Yeah,
Did you win it by yourself?
No, we tied.
All right, okay.
The regular season, guys, regular season.
No, don't get away
for amateurs. This is when it counts. Postseason. Let's get you on the board with a win here. You lead off here.
You want me to lead off?
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, listen to my voice because they're not placing me on camera because they don't want you to feel what I'm saying right now. So listen as they roll the tape loud and clear, okay? Denver rush for 270 yards. Cincinnati rush for 200 yards. Minnesota 223 yards. There's 3 games total. 693 yards rushing against Kansas City. Run the ball man, all right? But Indy won't do that. That's why I'm picking Kansas City.
Wow. Amazing. Last week you said that the winner of the Denver-Indianapolis game was going to go all the way to the Super Bowl. I've been on Indy's bandwagon since day one with my good friend Jim Nantz. I can't go against them right now. Peyton Manning, tremendous performance last week at home. Going to be a great football game today. It's going to be a fourth quarter, probably comeback, I think, for the Indianapolis Colts. I'm going to have to go with Indianapolis.
And they specialize in fourth quarter comebacks.
Sure they do.
I mean, even double-digit fourth quarter comebacks. And I got to tell you, they will rush the ball. Not so fast, my friend. They gave up more 100-yard rushing performances Kansas City than any team in the league.
I just said that.
I'm taking Indianapolis.
And if you look at Kansas City, what are they going to do? They're going to try to keep Peyton Manning off the field. He is a great player. 5 touchdowns last week. I think the offensive line of the Kansas City Chiefs is strong. They're going to control the line of scrimmage. Games are won in the trenches. I'm going to pick Kansas City.
All right, Boomer, you're up on the Philly game here.
Yeah, how about Philadelphia and Green Bay? Obviously, Brian Westbrook is out of this game. Carlos Emmons, the defensive MVP for Philly, is out of this game as well. I did that Monday night game where Amon Green ran for 192 yards. Brett Favre has been on fire the last half of the season here, and his players are playing at a level that they've never played before. I'm going to take the Green Bay Packers in a tight one at Philadelphia.
Hey, you were there for that game. Green ran crazy, but Brian Dawkins was not in that game. He was out with an injury. He's there today, and because of Dawkins, I'm taking the Eagles here.
Donovan McNabb, a late drive at the end of the game. Maybe runs a quarterback draw, some big plays in that. I'm picking Philly.
Sean Alexander, 45 yards rushing, home. Jamal Lewis, 35 yards rushing, home. Marshall Faulk, 53 yards, home. Eddie George, 48 yards,
give us
home. I tell you what, Amon Green, you better run this ball or you will be home. But I'm picking Philly. I'm picking Philly.
With that whole bait and switch thing all day long.
That's right. That's what it is.
For the man who hates stats, right? Coming up, it's the AFC Divisional Playoff game, Colts and Chiefs, and we have Dick Enberg and Dan Deerdorf there for the call.
From North Carolina, number 50. A spring-like day in Kansas City. Temperature reaching into the 50s for this playoff battle between the Indianapolis Colts, they're the champions of the South, and the Kansas City Chiefs, the Western champions of the AFC. And 79,000 fans here at Arrowhead pause for the moment, knowing in just a moment they will let loose that home crowd, home noise advantage. Hello, everyone. Dick Enberg with Hall of Famer Dan Deerdorf. Pleased that you're with us. For Kansas City, do they ever love to play here at home? They've won 13 in a row, 8-0 this year. And the Colts come here. They have lost only once on the road, 7-1. And for the first time, the fans get a look at that red jerseyed Kansas City crew. It is a wall of noise that sweeps across Arrowhead. They love their Chiefs, but there's some apprehension here. You mentioned 8-0, Dick. Remember, on the other side of the state, one of those invincible teams, 8-0. Right. The Rams lost yesterday. All right, let's go to the GM hot buttons of the game. You get the sense that these two relatively evenly matched defenses as far as points allowed, you think that one of them is going to play better than advertised. And then, Dan, there's always the X factor in a big game like this. What player that we don't talk about will arise, maybe score the touchdown that leads his team to the AFC Championship in New England. The Chiefs are on the field. We're ready for the opening kickoff.
At Watson's. Win great prizes. Play Pigskin Picks at WWMT.com. Welcome to the following presentation of the National Football League on CBS Sports, home of Super Bowl 38.
Can you get it done?
0-3 in the playoffs.
Peyton Manning answered with a perfect passing performance.
Manning hangs, throws up the back push, got Stokely. 15-10, right side 5, goes in, touchdown!
Throwing over the middle, nice catch at the 30-yard line by Harrison. On his way to the end zone, touchdown!
Shotgun, Manning throwing in the end zone, wide open, touchdown! Right down the middle, touchdown! Colts throws on a comebacker, got a man in there, touchdown!
Colts win it, and hopefully the national pundits will get off 8 teams back. But the Colts' road to the Super Bowl goes goes through Kansas City, where they'll battle high decibel crowd noise and the high-octane Chiefs offense, the NFL's most productive.
He's got nobody in front of him. Dante Hall's going to do it again. Touchdown, Eddie Kennison. The Chiefs win it in overtime. Priest Holmes has now set an all-time record.
What does home field mean to Dick Vermeil's Chiefs? The answer is next. It's a headline cast of NFL characters in this drama. As the winner goes to New England, will it be the Indianapolis Colts or the Kansas City Chiefs? There were 14 players named to the All-Pro offensive unit. 7 are in this game. It's a star-studded cast ready to explode.
CBS Sports and Sony bring you this year's AFC playoffs and Super Bowl 38 in high definition. Stunning visual clarity and surround sound. If you don't have it, you'll have to check it out for a TV experience like no other. Sit back and enjoy today's game in HD TV.
Mid-January in the Midwest, and look at those numbers. Thank you, Mr. Weatherman. 51 degrees, and thank you for joining us. Bonnie Bernstein.
Hi, Dick. The Colts are the league's best road team the last 2 years, and Tony Dungy showed his team why last night. Highlights of Indy halting Tennessee's 10-game home win streak this year and beating Denver in overtime last year. The common thread through those highlights, the sideline just erupting after those plays, and Dungy's message was this: it doesn't matter where you play, it doesn't matter how much crowd noise there is, this is the type of energy you need to keep our dream alive.
Thank you, Bonnie. But Dungy himself having to swallow 0-5 himself as a head coach in the playoffs on the road, and he faces one of the tough crowds in the league, this highly supportive Kansas City Chiefs sellout. The Colts have owned the meetings of late between these two teams, including a never-to-be-forgotten upset defeat of Kansas City here on this field in 1995 when the Chiefs were heavy favorites and were also 13-3. That's Dominic Rhodes 2 years ago returned a kickoff against the Chiefs for a touchdown. Baker kicks it off. A spinner short to the 7. Here comes Rhodes to 25, the 30-yard line, and a crush of red jerseys greets him there, and a fumble on the play, and Jerry Austin says the Colts maintain possession. Shenard Hartz came up with the ball, number 42 for Kansas City. Here's Peyton Manning in the starting lineup for the Colts. All-Pro Manning, over 4,000 yards passing for a record 5th consecutive year. Jeff Saturday moves back to center after his guard duty last week against Denver. And All-Pro Marvelous Marvin Harrison keys the Colts' potent passing game. James behind Manning, no huddle. Hand signals, some mean something, some do not. James runs into his own blocker, no gain. John Browning led the charge defensively. Defensive end Vonnie Holliday, 5.5 sacks, led the Chiefs this year. They need to generate more pressure. Rookie Kawika Mitchell starts at middle linebacker for the injured Mike Maslowski. And Dexter McCleon, 6 interceptions, tied Greg Wesley for the Kansas City lead. The Chiefs, with a +19 turnover differential, led the NFL. Second down, and James again. Maybe 2. It'll bring up 3rd and long as Scott Fujita led that defensive charge.
And for the first time, the noise subsides a little bit. Not a single person in this stadium is seated. This is a savvy crowd at Arrowhead. They know the disruption and the havoc that they can create with a visiting team's offense. This noise is almost like a stiff wind. You almost have to brace yourself and stand into it.
Manning even took his team into the huddle for that last call. His first shotgun on 3rd and 8. Here they come. throw complete. Harrison. And Marvin Harrison finds an opening and a first down at the 42 in front of Eric Warfield. Manning told us he doesn't mind the noise.
Well, it was a blitz by the Chiefs, Dick, but it was so delayed that it put no pressure on Peyton Manning at all, and it forced Eric Warfield in the secondary to give Marvin Harrison a lot of cushion. If you're going to blitz Manning, you better time it out better than that. You better be in his face, or you're asking a lot to tight cover these guys.
Harrison, the only man in NFL history with 100 receptions in 4 consecutive years. James, short yardage, runs into Barber and Mitchell, 2 Kansas City linebackers at the 45. James injured here a couple of years ago, a severe knee injury that cost him this season, so he has unpleasant memories of this place. Dick Vermeil took his St. Louis Rams all the way to the Super Bowl victory 4 years ago, trying to repeat here across state in the west of Missouri. Second and 8 for Manning. The quick throw is complete to the tight end, and Marcus Pollard's first catch in front of Kawika Mitchell.
That should come up a little bit short, leaving a 3rd and short. If I see this correctly, let's. Yeah, it looks like he's a little bit short, bringing up a 3rd and short. These are the 2 best teams in the league, by the way, when it comes to first down yardage. They're not accustomed to long yardage situations, and again, this is where snap count, the offensive lineman getting off precisely on a short yardage play is critical.
Tom Lipinski at fullback in front of James. And Manning hurrying up to the line of scrimmage. It's James to the left side, a first down and more as he spins to the 42 of the Chiefs. Good block by Lipinski, the rookie from Notre Dame.
How about that look? Peyton Manning was turned around with his back to the line of scrimmage talking to Edgerrin James, and he saw the play clock behind him down to 3 seconds, and he sprinted back there and got it off in time. Good looking block out in front. Look, he's back there. He was talking to James and saw that play clock behind him, and boy, did he hustle to get back and get that play off in time.
With the no huddle, of course, he has the luxury of spending a lot of time as he is now using hand signals to call out a play. The fake to James. Lots of time. He goes long for Harrison. Too long. Greg Wesley came back to cover from his safety spot.
Well, Greg Wesley is going to get a big thank you from Eric Warfield, who fell down in his coverage. And if it wasn't for the safety help over the top, that would have been an Indianapolis touchdown, because Peyton Manning wouldn't have had to put so much air under that ball.
Warfield told us he has to be physical in defending against Harrison at the line of scrimmage to try to throw him off his very quick routes. Brandon Stokely, one of the stars of the Denver win, is in at slot left. James. Big hole, breaks a tackle down to the 25 and a first down. Reggie Wayne, the wide receiver on that side, threw a good clearing block.
Well, getting to the outside on this stretch play, something the Colts do with regularity. And here you see the block there by Reggie Wayne back to the inside. This is a bread and butter play for the Indianapolis Colts. As a matter of fact, the Chiefs equally as successful getting Priest Holmes outside containment as well. Mirror images in many ways.
Dominic Rhodes gives James a rest. And this is Rhodes trying the right side. And he is dumped unceremoniously by Sean Barber, the ex-Eagle, with support from Eric Hicks.
Both of these teams talk to us defensively about how they have got to get their defensive ends and linebackers upfield, funnel it back to the inside. I know it's easier said than done when you see how these 2 running backs can get outside and pick up yardage outside of containment.
A loss of a couple. 3 wide set. Stokely in the slot. Wayne to the left. Harrison is always to the right. 10th play of this opening drive. The fake to Rhodes. Manning down the middle to Stokely. Touchdown! Brandon Stokely, who caught 4 passes passes for over 140 yards and 2 touchdowns last week against Denver. Wide open between McCleon and Woods.
Well, a complete blow in the Kansas City secondary as they don't account for Brandon Stokely whatsoever. And once again, play action on 2nd and 12 still freezes everybody and causes confusion in the Kansas City secondary. Oh, in a playoff situation, how demoralizing is it for a defense to allow a receiver to be absolutely uncontested? That hurts.
Vanderjagt perfect all year, not only point afters, but 37 out of 37 field goals. A 29-yard throw. Manning to the wide open Stokely completes a 70-yard opening touchdown drive. Indy by 7.
Searching other websites for low fares? Better get comfortable. Just go to southwest.com for Southwest Airlines $39 to $99 internet specials when you purchase by January 19th.
You are now free to move about the country.
One day, the child went east. The next, west. Then north. And south. Not everyone realized he was there. Not everyone recognized his power. He spoke every language. He just seemed to fit in.
Happy Jack wasn't old, but he was a man. Stop Jack or the waters got in. And they couldn't prevent Jack from being happy.
Yesterday, the Colts talked about the importance of getting an early lead with this home crowd. You give the home team that early 7-10 point advantage, and then it's so much more difficult. Well, Manning had the answers on that 70-yard drive in 10 plays. And Stokely now 3 touchdowns in the last 2 playoff games. Dante Hall, a short kick to the 15. Reverses. And the Colts are ready for him, and the tackle made at the 23 by Jason Doring. And we'll take a timeout. 7-0 Colts.
$1,000 cars and trucks, 1,000 winners nationwide, one hot button. It's the widest selection of cars and trucks on the planet. For a chance to win, go to a participating GM dealer, push the OnStar button, and play the game. Have you pushed the GM hot button yet?
What you doing, Brian?
Oh, I'm just putting my name and address in these bottles and sending them out to sea. Hopefully someone will find them and contact me someday.
Wow.
Yeah, wow.
Why? Why do you torture me, Brian Henderson of 12 Maple Lane?
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never lets you down, make it a Bud Light.
Brian. Oh, nice to meet you.
Multifunctional, adaptable, retractable. It's a sport utility with more utility. The new GMC Envoy XUV. It's not more than you need, just more than you're used to. GMC Professional Grade Engineering.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Southwest Airlines. Friendly, nonstop service all across the country. Southwest Airlines, a symbol of freedom. IBM, official information technology partner of the NFL. And by GMC, we are professional grade.
Now this crowd's enthusiasm not dulled by that opening drive, but now it's Dick Vermeil and the Chiefs' turn, trailing 7-0. Peyton Manning with a tremendous drive, and they were tending to his hand in that timeout, and he continues to study. What a tireless student. He said he broke down the last 10 Kansas City games, and he had the other quarterbacks break down the first 6 games so that he knew every play the Kansas City defense ran all season long.
Let's go back and look at the touchdown day. I want you to look right here at safety Greg Wesley. He's looking at the 2 Colts receivers here, unsure of which to cover. And as you roll this, you're going to see one thing. He doesn't cover either one of them. He just stands there. They both go right by him, and he's unsure of what to do, so he doesn't even pick up either one of them, and that's a costly error.
Priest Holmes back-to-back runs, and he has the Chiefs first down out to the 36-yard line. Donald Strickland made the tackle. Kansas City Pro Bowler Trent Green leads the NFL's highest scoring team. He starts his first playoff game at age 33. Veterans Willie Rope and Will Shields, 9 times a Pro Bowler and one of the best NFL offensive linesmen. For Priest Holmes, no one in NFL history has rushed for more touchdowns, 27 this season. How quiet it is now as Green goes to work on offense. He fires down the middle, and it's complete to Tony Gonzalez, the tight end, at the Colts 48. Gonzalez, who had 71 receptions this year, the All-Pro tight end.
And needless to say, he'd be a favorite target of yours if you were a quarterback. Tony Gonzalez owns the middle of the field, and what a good job he does going down and digging out a low pass from Trent Green. That's a pass that's easily mishandled by a tight end. Good job by Gonzalez going down and getting it.
16 on that play. Eddie Kennison in motion. They give it on the reverse to Johnny Morton, and Morton spins inside the 45-yard line, a gain of only 4 against the Colts defense. It lines up this way. Up front, Dwight Freeney's 11 sacks and 4 forced fumbles earned him a Pro Bowl trip. Marcus Washington with Morris and Thornton, a speedy linebacker core for Indianapolis. And David Macklin, he had 2 interceptions last week against Denver, and the Colts feel that in the last half of the season, Macklin has been as good as anyone in the back 4.
Dick, Rob Morris, the middle linebacker of the Colts, got up and acted like he'd injured an arm or a shoulder after that play.
Draw play to Priest Holmes. Breaking tackles. Look at him fight to the 28. Oh, they love that
here. Well, nothing new here. Priest Holmes enjoys outstanding blocking. Take a look at that. And then, of course, he's more than capable of breaking a couple of tackles on his own. As Priest Holmes told us, I finally got the swivel back in my hips. My stutter step is back. And this is a guy who still says he's only 90%. That's a tough sell when you watch that, isn't it?
Dick Vermeil says it's the best he's seen him since the injury a year ago. He gets the call again, and another big hole, and rumbles for nearly 10 more to the 18-yard line. 4 carries for Holmes, and he's sitting on 38 yards on this opening drive.
And the Colts right now having to go without their middle linebacker. Rob Morris went to the sideline. But again, look at the cavernous hole to the inside. John Tate seals off the entire right side. Will Shields out in front as well. And this is a strong beginning for the Kansas City running game.
And this is the team most successful in the red zone in the NFL this year, scoring touchdowns. This is the reason why. Priest Holmes, and he's to the 6-yard line. Donald Strickland from the secondary made the tackle.
Well, there's opening a hole, and then there's gashing a defense. This is gashing a defense. Look at that. Every guy on the line of scrimmage wearing a white jersey is on the ground. And this Kansas City front 5 is just manhandling the Indianapolis front line right now.
We go to a tight formation, 2 tight ends. The fullback, Tony Richardson, he's going to the Pro Bowl, blocking in front of Holmes, and Holmes spins to the 3 and meets an unwelcoming committee led by Larry Triplett, number 75.
This is the best red zone offense in the National Football League. They score a touchdown 78% of the time they are in the red zone, and it's because of Priest Holmes. They run the football in the red zone. A lot of teams in this league fail to be able to run it. Look at that. Since '95, the Chiefs are the best in the red zone. But it is all because they give it to 31.
Not afraid to run it. Most teams try to pass, and apparently Green is here. Throws to the end zone, incomplete. Off the hands of Mark Bowrichter, who came in as a second wide receiver in this tight formation.
Bowrichter looks like a defensive back trying to knock it down. He's wide open. The ball a little bit out in front of him, but for some reason Bowrichter was trying to make a one-handed stab. Kind of an awkward looking attempt at catching.
So now a tougher call. 3rd and goal from outside the 3. Holmes on the sweep. Slips and falls and loses a yard as Marcus Washington from the backside. We talked about the speed of the Colts linebackers. You saw it there.
But for most teams in the league, this is a passing situation. But the Chiefs unafraid to give it to Priest Holmes, and you can see he just laid that left foot actually all the way onto the outside of his shoe. He misjudged that baby. He didn't even have a cleat in the grass.
Gordon Anderson, the 43-year-old veteran, in his 22nd season with a short 22-yard attempt. Tough angle. But it's right down the middle. Anderson, who missed only 4 all season long, and they were all over 40 yards. It's 7-3.
Introducing the first SUV with a power sliding rear roof.
Whoa.
The new GMC Envoy XUV. Professional grade engineering. It's not more than you need, just more than you're used to.
Every coach knows the ability to stay in a game is what counts. So if you want to stay in a game, don't let anything hold you back. Take action to stay in a game. Ask about Levitra.
Ask your doctor if a free sample is right for you. Levitra, stay in the game.
Do what I did. Ask your doctor about Levitra. Levitra works for me. See if it'll work for you.
This is game time. My team is all hype. Offense is fast, defense is tight. The other team was nice but has no height. I throw my skates on and we could go all night. Score the game point, I'm the #1 ace. Drop my gang face, meet up at our favorite place. I get that quarter pounder with cheeseburger for real. The double fills, a baller up after showing my skills. The beef, the cheese, the pickles, the bun. After that, I think it's time for another run.
McDonald's, I'm loving it.
CBS Thursday on TV's most watched show, CSI. A victim has a dead ringer for one of CSI's own.
If I didn't know better, I think that was you on that table.
It's a chilling crime that will haunt Gil Grissom like no other case before.
No one enters this house except CSI.
Don't tell me you never went home.
A powerful new CSI Thursday.
So each team scores on their first possession, although not happy are the Chiefs. They settled for the field goal after going 73 yards to the 3-yard line and unable to score the touchdown. Each with almost identical drives.
Dominating there with a 2-second advantage in time of possession.
Kickoff now by Jason Baker. Dominic Rhodes waits at the goal line. He'll come up to receive this, and although Ricky Williams going to take it, fumbles it, picks it up. No, he doesn't, and now he'll cover at the 24-yard line and muff that kickoff catch. Rob Morris, the middle linebacker for the Colts, injured, goes to the locker room. We take a timeout.
What's that?
The wireless bill.
Frustrated with your high wireless bill? Take your number to a better place. Call 1-800-T-Mobile and get the best value in wireless. And now get T-Mobile 3-day weekends with unlimited calling.
T-Mobile. Get more.
The meeting's at 8. We got 5 minutes to get there.
Go around this guy. He's not even moving.
With the class-leading 250 horsepower V6 engine, the Saturn Vue can get you to the meeting on time. Unless you turn on the 6-speaker stereo. Get 0% APR financing for 5 years on most new 2004 Saturn Vue models. See your retailer for details.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by T-Mobile. Get more minutes, more features, more service. And by Saturn, makers of the highly adaptable Vue, stylish midsize L300, and the fun-to-drive Ion.
We're back at Arrowhead. Which NFC East team is the best positioned with its coaching staff? The Cowboys, Parcells, or Reed, Coughlin, Gibbs? You can vote at NFL.com. How about that Joe Gibbs story this week? Wow. Next thing you know, they'll be telling us they're going to put a roof on Wimbledon center court, you know? What a week. Here comes the noise as Manning, play action, wide open is Pollard, and he lets it go off his chest. He had 10 yards at least in front of him.
Looked like Marcus had to slow down a little bit. The ball was back on his right shoulder, but still, no, the more I look at it, that was right in the middle.
Look at in front of him. There's no one there.
Yeah. No, geez, no excuse for not grabbing that.
Manning literally pulling Pollard over to position as a tight end left. And the give to James. Nothing there. Tries to spin out, but second support from Wesley helping out John Browning. You see, the Colts tied with the Eagles for the best road record in the NFL this year, and Kansas City, one of the teams, perfect at home. .103 on the audiometer. That's getting up near jet airplane noise range. Manning protected well, breaks down now, and then he finds Harrison for a first down at the 37-yard line. Jerome Woods covers him.
Excellent job by the Colts offensive line, giving the Colts receivers an opportunity to get open downfield. Look at Marvin Harrison, makes a triple move on Eric Warfield and then breaks it back to the inside. You can't do that unless your offensive line is stoning the defensive line and giving your quarterback a lot of time.
13 yards and a first down. And he gets it off in plenty of time. 2 seconds. James with a handoff, and he breaks a tackle. First down, and he's all the way to midfield. And the Colts moving well on both the arm of Manning and the legs of Edger and James. Kawika Mitchell, the rookie middle backer, made the tackle.
Again, good block there by Ryan Deem, the right tackle of Indianapolis. And again, we're finding running backs so far in this first quarter with plenty of room to operate. Greg Robinson, the defensive coordinator of the Chiefs, knows, I guarantee you this guy didn't sleep more than 3 hours a night anytime this week trying to prepare for the Colts offense.
On first down, play action to James, and Manning looking for a big one down the middle. It's complete to Harrison at the 10-yard line. Woods, the tackle, and the Colts strike deep again.
The best play action quarterback in the National Football League is Peyton Manning, probably the best since Boomer Esiason. He froze the Kansas City defense and found that there was one-on-one coverage with Marvin Harrison, and he'll go to him anytime, anywhere he finds single coverage.
38 yards. That was Pro Bowler Harrison against Pro Bowler Woods. James, a huge hole. Touchdown. Edgerrin James slams in from 11.
And the Colts 2 for 2 on their drives. 2 touchdowns, 2 possessions. And this is a little demoralizing, to say the least, for the Chiefs faithful and their defense. What an opportunity for Edgerrin James as he goes right up the middle and isn't even touched until he gets to the 1-yard line.
You know, Dan, last week in the first half, they scored 4 touchdowns and a field goal, weren't stopped. Now 2 possessions, 2 touchdowns today. They're perfect in the first half, and Vanderjagt, Mr. Perfect with that right foot.
And people say, how are they going to equal the emotional level they were at last week in that win against Denver? Well, I think they've done it.
Performance utility. Click through.
So we're all set for
Voice Awards, live CBS tonight.
Join us!
Final minute of the opening quarter, and the Colts with 2 very impressive drives for touchdowns. One of 70 yards and another of 76. Edgerrin James with his first postseason touchdown makes it 14-3. 11 yards and wasn't touched till he hit the goal line. Dante Hall and Derek Blaylock deep as Vanderjagt and that bunch of special teamers now break their huddle. They'll even try a non-side kick out of that formation. Kick is relatively short to Hall at the 16. Dante sprinting across the 40. Still on his feet at the 40 of Indianapolis and tackled at the 38. But hold on, there's a flag down way back at the 33-yard line. And it's coming back.
Yeah, it's holding against Kansas City.
Holding, 56 of the return team, 10 yards, first down.
Monty Beisel-Gildy, Jerry Austin, the referee today.
It'll come in from the left here. Monty Beisel, number 56. There it is, right there in the middle of your screen. And that was enough that Gerald Austin threw the flag and brought it all the way back. Let's go back and take a quick look at the Colts. You see the 3 guys here. Watch how Peyton Manning waits them out and watch them all come up and declare themselves on the line of scrimmage. And folks, if you can be seen, you can be blocked. And that's one of the things that Peyton Manning does. He outweights a defense and gets them to declare their positions. And that time they declared, and the Colts handled it. After
the penalty, Kansas City starts from the 23, and Priest Holmes loses a couple as Monte Rager shoots through to make the tackle. Rager, the 5th-year tackle from Texas Tech, who was a member of the same high school team and high school class as the man trying to block him on occasion today, Brian Waters, the offensive guard for Kansas City at Waxahachie, Texas. Down to the final second, and that's the opening quarter. You bet. Some pyrotechnics. 14-3 Colts will return to Arrowhead Stadium. After these messages, you're watching the NFL on CBS.
Monday, Dave's all new with Everybody Loves Raymond star Patricia Heaton, plus Kate Bosworth. And Tuesday, don't miss New York Knicks president Isaiah Thomas. Dave's all new all this week.
We open the second quarter. Dick Enberg with Dan Dierdorf and Bonnie Bernstein. The Colts leading the Chiefs 14-3, and Trent Green 2nd and 12 at his own 21. Green played at Indiana, hands it off to Holmes on a delay, and Holmes in trouble, picks up a block, reverses his field. And will he even get back to the line of scrimmage? No, he'll lose a yard as he's smothered at the 20-yard line by Washington, Strickland, and several others.
Well, we've certainly seen Dante Hall do this a great deal for the Colts. But right here, as he attempts to get upfield, you see Marcus Washington, number 53, the Colts linebacker, was the guy that honored his responsibility, kept contained, and forced Holmes to go the other direction. Once a running back in this league has to do that, more often than not, that's the result.
He did get back to the 21, so no loss on the play, but it's 3rd and 12. Holmes out, and Derek Blaylock, the third-year running back from Stephen F. Austin, number 23, replaces him. Green looking downfield, fires down the middle, caught by Eddie Kennison. A tough juggling catch in a crowd at the 45 between Harper and Strickland.
Oh, multiple factors there, Dick. First of all, outstanding pass protection by Kansas City allows Trent Green to stand up, and then a wonderful throw from Green right over the outstretched hands of Nick Harper. Look at the pocket form. The ends upfield, out of the picture. Nobody up the middle. Trent Green can stand up there, and Eddie Kennison stayed with it.
Kennison, one of 4 Chiefs receivers to catch 50 passes or more this year, the only team in the league. Play action wide open is Bo Richter, and he's inside the 35-yard line of the Colts, and a first down. Strickland again, the tackler.
Well, I'll use mirror image one more time because of the effective play action that both of these offenses possess, and that was a ball that was a little bit behind the big receiver. And I say big at 6'3", 220, but Mark went back and made a nice hands grab. And you know that right now Kansas City and their offensive huddle is saying to themselves, guys, this might be one of those days we better score every time we have the football. And I've been in that situation before, and that's the way you feel.
Holmes back into the game. He gets the ball. And a pickup of nearly 6 yards before, once again, the rookie from Colorado, Strickland, the tackler. Robert Mathis, another rookie, Alabama A&M for the Colts, assisted on the play.
When you can knock off 6 yards on first down, and that is the average that both of these teams have on first down, your job as an offensive coordinator is a whole lot easier. The world is a nice place when you're looking at 2nd and 4 consistently.
The Colts averaged 6.5 yards a play this year, and the Chiefs 6.4 on first down. Off play action, faking the reverse, and then they throw a screen to Holmes. He breaks the tackle and able to stumble inside the 30, almost back to the line of scrimmage. May have lost a yard. David Thornton, who led the Colts in tackles, made the stop. Let's go down to Bunny.
Well, Dick, Priest Holmes had the pass on that last play, but what the Chiefs really focused on with him this past week was running downhill. Dick Vermeil told us running out to the perimeter is our bread and butter with Priest, but we really thought with the matchups we got on Indianapolis this week, their suspect run defense, that we could work on that and find success. They certainly did on that first drive, as running downhill was a big factor.
You saw Priest Holmes, Bonnie, with that solid average to start. Derek Blaylock has replaced him in the backfield. Green wanted to go to Blaylock, but he was covered, so Green, hustling forward to the 20, has the first down. He rushed for only 83 yards all season.
And that makes him the best rushing quarterback in this game because neither Trent Green nor Peyton Manning is a burner. Neither one of them will be confused with Michael Vick, but talk about effective. Anytime a quarterback takes off with the football and moves the chains, it was an all-star effort.
Blaylock stays in the game behind Green. First down at the 19. That's Richardson, the fullback, in motion. And they give to Blaylock, but a big jam up in front of him. He ran into his own blockers because Thornton had come in to mess up the play entirely. Say, fans, you can continue to follow all of the playoff action with previews and matchups of both the AFC and NFC championship games. Get complete coverage at CBSSportsline.com.
Dick, normally a good drive like this, even if it results in a field goal, you'll say, well, that was a success. But in reality, with Kansas City, they need touchdowns. Touchdowns, not field goals. And a great start, as you see there, for Trent Green.
Second down and a dozen at the 22. Steps up away from pressure, throws incomplete. Whistled that one through the hands of Eddie Kennison. Strickland and Macklin there to cover.
Now let's take a good look at it from the free safety position. This is what he sees right down the middle of the field. That's a very catchable ball that Eddie Kennison has to catch. You know, Kennison, the knock on Eddie, great speed and everything else, but he does not have the softest hands. of what you would normally expect in a wide receiver in the National Football League. That's a very catchable ball.
He was one of the many outstanding wide receivers in the '96 draft, including Marvin Harrison, #1 pick. Green to the sidelines, and it's caught. Walt Harris is the cover man, and it was Johnny Morton who started at Southern California to make the catch and a first down.
Well, sometimes a perfect route followed up by a perfect throw, it can't be defensed. And that's awfully good coverage by Walt Harris. But that is just Trent Green and Johnny Morton on the same page to perfection.
They needed 12. They got 14. And it's 1st and goal.
You know, from Walt Harris's standpoint, you couldn't have been there anymore.
Oh, that was great coverage. Holmes hit in the backfield and dumped by Monte Rager again. That's twice he's made a tackle for a loss. And he's slow getting up. Drafted by Denver in the 2nd round back in '99 and picked up as a non-restricted free agent this year.
And I don't think he is going to get up. He's staying down, waiting for the Colts medical staff.
Timeout. 14-3, Indianapolis.
First, I emptied the checking account, and then I hit the mall. And there in the window was this sexy little outfit, and oh my gosh, I just had to have it. $1,500 for a leather bustier? I didn't care. It lifts and separates. Plus, it's not like I'm actually paying for it.
Introducing Citi Identity Theft Solutions. Free with any Citi card. Help getting your life back? That's using your card wisely.
New plant location?
San Diego.
San Diego.
The ocean.
The sun.
The people.
A problem.
Problem?
Prices.
Big problem. Solution?
Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh. Good paper.
Best paper. Pittsburgh paper.
Perfect. Pursue the potential Pittsburgh property pronto. Let's eat.
Nextel walkie-talkies get it done.
With its legendary traction and best-in-class ground clearance, the trail-rated Jeep Wrangler Rubicon is engineered for the unexpected. If it's not trail-rated, it's not a Jeep 4x4.
Who will outwit, outplay, and outlast? Former survivors, the best of the best, competing in the ultimate Survivor Showdown. Now we're saving the biggest twists for them.
Survivor All-Stars premieres Sunday, February 1st.
Right after the Super Bowl, only on CBS.
Looking at the right eye of the injured Colt, Monte Rager. Reminder, tomorrow night, all new on The Late Show. Dave welcomes Everybody Loves Raymond star Patricia Heaton, plus actress Kate Bosworth. It's all new tomorrow night here on CBS. 5 of 7, 99 yards for Manning, 75 for Green. Green looking for that touchdown pass to pull the Chiefs back in this. They trail by 11. Green goes to a secondary target. Dante Hall, touchdown. What a great read by Green. He knew his primary target was covered. Boom, right to Hall.
Well, defensively, you pay a price if you come on a blitz and you don't get there. And that was a masterful job of protection by Kansas City, picking up the Indianapolis blitz. That's the key to this play. That allowed Dante Hall to have room in the middle and Green the time to find him.
Hall had 40 catches in the regular season, only 1 touchdown reception. It's his postseason score. Morton Anderson adds the extra point. 77 yards in 12 plays. Green to Dante Hall, and it's 14-10.
I said, Joe, think of the family. It's comfortable. It's not too big, not too small. It's got a DVD. End of discussion.
I said, Liz, we need a man's SUV. I mean, this thing tows like a son of a gun, and it's got a Hemi. Done deal.
The all-new Durango. Big size, smooth ride, Hemi power.
And Joe completely understood.
Liz finally saw it my way. soda?
The all-new Dodge Durango, starting under $26,600.
Come back soon?
As soon as I can. I'll use my miles card. I'll use my miles card. I'm back.
With most miles programs, it takes a long time to earn a free flight.
All these years.
Oh!
And you never got a Capital One card?
Capital One introduces no-hassle rewards. Free flights start at 9,000 miles with no blackout dates.
What's in your wallet? Don't ask.
Neither snow, nor sleet, nor dead of winter can keep the dedicated griller from his burger. That's just how we feel at Burger King. So we make sure every original Whopper is fire grilled to perfection. Come on over. The fire's ready.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Capital One. What's in your wallet? Burger King. Come on over. The fire's ready. And by Jeep. If it's not trail rated, it's not a Jeep 4x4.
Oh, they've had reason to yell out that name this year, Dante Hall.
And what a drive that was for the Kansas City Chiefs. Who knows who will win this game? But if the Kansas City Chiefs win this game, it'll be because of that drive they just concluded with a touchdown.
And that 3rd and 12 pass to Johnny Morton that was absolutely impeccable in terms of the cut by Morton and the pass being right where it had to be. Dominic Rhodes with a short kickoff out across the 25, and horse wrestled down there at the 29 by Gary Steele. Gary Stills with a tackle. Timeout, 14-10.
Enjoy your new Durango.
Look, it's got a DVD. And see how smooth the ride is for you and Fluffy?
Liz, what are you doing to him?
I'm just showing little Joey the new Durango.
Son, there's only one thing you need to know. Hemi. Can you say Hemi?
Hemi.
That's my boy.
The all-new Dodge Durango. Big size, smooth ride, Hemi power. Starting under $26,600.
4 flicks.
Yeah, you know, you can only get that DVD here. Get you front and center for the Rolling Stone shows.
Get 4 Flicks, the ultimate live Rolling Stones concert DVD box set, exclusively at Best Buy. Thousands of possibilities. Get yours.
Great taste that won't fill you up and never lets you down. Make it a Bud Light.
A super spectacle starring Janet Jackson. The AOL Top Speed Super Bowl 38 halftime show produced by MTV. February 1st only on CBS.
8.5 left in the first half. The Colts have it again with a lead by 4. Tonight on CBS, you can see your favorite stars, movies, music, TV. Charlie Sheen, John Cryer host the People's Choice Awards. They're live tonight, 9, 8 Central here on CBS. Manning and the Colts start from their 28. Fake to James. Look at the time, and he's going long for Harrison. Incomplete. Just missed that right-handed, one-handed stab. Harrison as he leaned at the Chiefs' 30-yard line.
Let's go back and take a look at the Kansas City touchdown. I talked about the blitz. These two guys right here are both going to come. Watch Priest Holmes step up and make the block. If you're going to come with the blitz, you got to get to the quarterback. And Trent Green has all the time in the world to look to his left and then come back to his right to find Dante Hall for the touchdown.
Harrison right, Wayne to the left. Two tight ends. And James on that stretch to the left has running room. 40 and to the sidelines and finally out of bounds at the 47. And a big gain by Edgerrin James. Mitchell and Woods finally got him out of bounds.
Nothing drives a defensive coordinator wilder than running backs who start inside and then are able to break contain and bust it to the outside. You spend all week on trying to not let this happen. But you saw the great block by Rick DeMulling, the left guard, and then it's the feet and the legs of Edgerrin James after that.
James now with 67 yards in the first half on only 9 carries. Manning wide open is Wayne, and Reggie Wayne another first down to the Kansas City 36. Working on Dexter McCleon.
Dick, I can't believe these two offenses are doing this. We both thought it was going to be a 6-3 ball game.
That was the fear that it would be.
Who would ever have thought that we'd be watching a track meet at Arrowhead between the Colts and the Chiefs?
Wayne, who played his high school ball in New Orleans, as did the man who threw in the ball, Archie Manning's son Peyton. Archie is here. Back to Edgerrin James, and he barrels down close to the 30-yard line.
Another good block out front there by Rick DeMulling. I think this Indianapolis offensive line might be maybe a little miffed that this Chiefs offensive line gets so much credit and so much publicity. Watch big number 64 coming right at you. You want a piece of this? No, I don't think so.
That was rude. Tom Moore, the offensive coordinator for the Colts. He was the man who recruited Tony Dungy for the University of Minnesota many years ago. Now back together on the sidelines. Manning off the hands of Harrison, and usually when Marvin gets even 1 mid on it, it's a catch. Scott Fujita was covering for the Chiefs.
Looked like the pass was back behind Marvin. I don't. And here go the Colts trying to hurry it up. They're trying to catch Kansas City in a shift.
And they didn't get all their players off the field, and finally a timeout called by Kansas City.
Barely in time
to save a 5-yard penalty that would have given the Colts a first down.
From the producer of The Fast and the Furious, Triple X, Too Fast, Too Furious, and SWAT.
Just like you figured, I'm with my and we all with it. Get ignorant to all the booty shakers, to all the money makers, undertakers. Get ignorant.
You're messing with my good nature. You're in my way.
Torque, rated PG-13, starts Friday, January 16th.
What if the NFL was on demand? NFL on demand. Every play, every player, every game on demand. The Ice Bowl. The Ice Bowl. The guarantee. The drive, the catch, the
Immaculate Reception?
Yeah, the Immaculate Reception. Let's call the NFL. We're gonna be rich.
They're already working on it.
They are?
Yeah.
Well, that's a buzzkill.
Mom, Dad, this is Paolo. He's an exchange student.
Would you like something to drink?
Sit. Wow, look at that.
It's the Vega Theater.
Amazing.
It's a Grand Vega TV with a Vega engine.
Of course.
DVD dream system with progressive scan and digital surround sound.
Fantastico.
Lemonade?
Introducing the affordable Vega Theater from Sony.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by City Identity Theft Solutions. Free help getting your life back. That's using your card wisely. And by Warner Brothers' new motion picture, Torque, in theaters everywhere, January 16th.
Big enthusiastic crowd of 79,000, including the commissioner Paul Tagliabue.
Take a look. That's Sean Barber right there, and he is calling for timeout, and you can see the umpire grants him that timeout before Indianapolis was able to snap the ball. See, here's Barber right here. Yeah, he got the timeout. That was a good piece of work by the officiating crew and a smart play by Sean Barber.
He can count. There were 14 teammates out there. There's a 3rd down and 4 for Indianapolis. They have been tough in the playoffs. They were 6 for 8 on 3rd downs against Denver, and they're a perfect 3 for 3 in the first half today. 9 out of 11. Underneath to Stokely in the slot. He leans forward in the grasp of William Barty. It's going to be on the lean, a 1st down. So the Colts are 4 for 4 on 3rd down.
And again, it's Peyton Manning finding an open receiver, and Stokely's only 5'11". His knee was on the ground before he started the stretch with that football, but you know, it happened so quickly. He got the benefit of a pretty good spot.
Stokely, who played under his dad Nelson at Southwest Louisiana. Six minutes to go in the half. Manning pumping and going long down the middle to Pollard, complete to the 5-yard line. Tackled by Greg Wesley.
And again, you can see in this Kansas City secondary, people are getting left alone. And that's the story here with Marcus Pollard. Look at that good inside swim move that he put on Greg Wesley. Wesley finally able to get back, and Jerome Woods, the other safety, was so deep he wasn't even able to come up and be a factor in the play.
Pollard, who didn't play a down of football at Bradley, he was a forward on the basketball team. James has 1 touchdown today, and he slithers for a couple. 14-10, the Colts' 3rd possession. The first 2 long drives to touchdown. They're trying to make it 3 for 3. Pollard having trouble with that left shoe, but played that down, 1 shoe on, 1 shoe off.
Well, he lost it on that completion down the middle of the field, and he hasn't been able to get it tied yet. Take a look at this. Hey, sometimes you got to play hurt, and sometimes you got to play without all your shoes. I'm sorry, but that's a little disconcerting when you don't have a shoe on.
2nd and goal. Fake to James. The toss wide open. Touchdown Lipinski. Tom Lipinski, who didn't run the ball or catch a pass all season, gets a touchdown throw to him here in the playoffs.
Well, Lipinski, with the luck of the Irish, played his ball at Notre Dame, and why would the Kansas City? I guarantee you that Greg Robinson and his defensive unit didn't spend a lot of time wondering how are we going to defense number 36. As Dick said, nary a catch nor a run all season, and the fullback relatively wide open. And this Indianapolis offense so far, they've been as perfect as Peyton Manning was last week.
3 scoring drives, all over 70 yards.
Now on DVD, the chief of police becomes the chief suspect. They set me up.
You got something you want to tell me?
That's the guy. Where is the money? Denzel Washington. Out of Time on DVD today.
The greatest moves, the greatest hits, the greatest come to play, the Grammy Awards. It's music's biggest night, and it's only on CBS. Don't miss the Grammys live, CBS Sunday, February 8th.
Monday, can Greg hang with the cool guys?
What were you thinking getting an earring? Starting to sound like my mother. Yeah, well, you're starting to look like mine.
Yes, dear. Then will an old flame rekindle the romance?
I told you she had a thing for me.
But I didn't know you thinged her back.
Still standing. Next, when the twins get left behind, Ray's daughter saves the day.
If it wasn't for you, your mother could be facing criminal charges.
And got flu?
Is that tea?
Yeah. 2.5 Men can help. It's all here, CBS Monday, and Patricia Heaton's on The Late Show.
Tom Lipinski, what a moment for him to finally get to touch a ball, and it counts for 6, and a 21-10 lead as Peyton Manning, a brilliant first half, 9 for 13. 143 yards. He's still perfect. He still has a 158.3 rating that he carried through the Denver game. Continues today. A reminder, 60 Minutes tonight at 7. A former George W. Bush insider says at cabinet meetings the president acted like a blind man talking to the deaf. That's a story. 60 Minutes tonight.
There's the hardest working man in showbiz. That's Hunter Smith. For those of you who have forgotten, he's the punter for the Indianapolis Colts. He did not punt one time in their win last week against Denver, nor has he punted today. And yet he continues to get paid. It's an outrage.
What a deal. How do you get, where do you line up? Can I sign on?
The fleecing of America. That's all I can say.
Dante Hall wants to fleece the Colts defense. He gets help with a block in the back, but there's no flag, and he's out to the 31-yard line. Manning goes right back to his studies, always looking for some advantage, studying those Polaroids to see if they show what he thought he saw.
From the Chiefs, 31-yard line.
Perfect rating, 158.3 throughout the playoffs. A reminder, stay tuned for the Nextel halftime report. Our guys back in New York will have a chance to chew on the significant offensive action of this first half. Neither team really has been stopped. Although the Chiefs down to the 3-yard line on their first possession had to settle for a field goal, and that explains 21-10. Here's their third possession, and Green fires to Gonzalez. First down at the 47. Well thrown again by Green over a defender immediately in front of the big tight end.
Well, how about Tony working the sidelines, not just the tight end who goes down the middle of the field. He starts, he fakes it the middle, and then he comes back to the outside and finds that hole. And you saw David Macklin, he slipped and fell, and Bashir is up front. So he's in the soft spot right between the two and makes a nice effort in getting back to a ball a little bit on his outside shoulder.
22 yards on the play. Fake to Holmes. Green all day. Now he goes long for Morton. Could be intercepted, and it goes incomplete in the end zone. Great shot for Walt Harris and David Macklin. They had just as good a chance as Morton to come up with the ball.
Well, this is a situation where David Macklin is going to stay with Johnny Morton because he knows he's got that safety help to the inside. And how many times do you see it where the safety is late coming over? But Walt Harris that time in a safety position, boy, did he make a nice adjustment, and oh so close to intercepting the ball. And you got to credit Johnny Morton, who actually pulls it out of Harris's hands.
Dangerous throw by Trent Green. 2nd and 10. Draw play. Holmes. 40. 35. First down. Quick little dozen yards for Priest Holmes. Bashir and Harper collaborate on the stop. 66 yards now, Dan, for Priest Holmes. You see, ranked first in total touchdowns with a 27. Somewhat modest when you consider the superstar status of Holmes in all those categories.
But keep in mind, the early part of this year was spent working his way back from hip surgery last season, so he wasn't full speed until just about now.
Gonzalez sets up at the 29, and a quick strike for Green for about 6+. Rob Morris has returned to the Colts lineup and makes the tackle. Morris, who played his college ball at BYU.
The pressure on this Kansas City offense is enormous, with Indianapolis being 3 for 3 on touchdown drives, and they are responding. They can't afford to punt the football. And so far in this first half, they are really responding in moving the ball against the Colts.
I wonder who they're rooting for in New England. Bill Belichick and the Patriots. Which team do they want to invite to Foxborough? Green throwing for Gonzalez. Flag down. Gonzalez scores. Now let's see who the flag is against. Gonzalez used his hands.
Oh, I think it's against Kansas City.
Yeah, it looked as if he pushed off.
Pass interference. 88 offense. 10 yards. 15 second down.
Well, that would have been a foul in his other sport, basketball, as well.
Let's take a look at Tony Gonzalez. You see right at the line of scrimmage, he makes the good move, but that's the push. That is the push right there against Bashir. He gained separation from Bashir and got away from him.
And Bashir acting as though that was almost injurious, the push.
That was Marcus Spears getting a little excited on the Kansas City sideline, and now the crowd unhappy with the officiating crew, but that's a good call.
Chiefs second only to the Jets in least penalized team this year. And that one especially tough to digest for the folks here in Kansas City, because it's not only 10 yards back, but it cost them 6 points. 2nd and 12, back to Gonzalez. And he works the sidelines and is bumped out at the 29 by Walt Harris. That'll be 3rd and 4. It's an interesting contrast. We come down to the 2-minute timeout. These two quarterbacks, Manning, a superstar, and University of Tennessee Heisman candidate, all that. Green, second to last drafted. 4 years, he didn't even take a snap in pro football, and here he is going to the Pro Bowl.
Romeo.
Juliet.
I love you.
Ditto.
Die!
Marry him.
Never.
No! You!
Better now. No!
Kids.
Nextel walkie-talkies get it done.
Every Sunday, these bold warriors meet in a quest for glory. Proud gladiators whose game is equal parts preparation and passion. When men become myths and moments become legend. The game is tailgating. The cola is Pepsi. It's the cola.
Hey, that thing got a Hemi? You're about to find out. Excuse me. Can I have my order, please?
Dodge Ram with the legendary Hemi. Loved by those who have one, dreamt about by those who don't.
Sweet.
Thursday, a victim is a dead ringer for one of CSI's own in a case that will haunt Gil Grissom.
Don't tell me you never went home.
A powerful new CSI. Then, a young lawyer goes missing. Now he'll leave a bizarre trail of clues and hide a secret you won't believe.
Am I the only one that finds this strange?
A new Without a Trace after CSI Thursday.
Winner earns a trip to New England next week for the AFC Championship, and I feel like we both should mop our brow. I mean, I'm breaking into a sweat here just trying to get the words out fast enough.
It's so exciting. It is playoff football at its very best. And again, we just have seen so dominant a performance by the Colts offense that they are really putting such a strain on the Chiefs. And this has it all going for it, Dick.
So Bashir, he was the man who was injured on that push-off by Gonzalez. I don't know if that act could have caused something that severe, but that looks to be fairly serious. 3rd down throw is short, incomplete, intended for Johnny Morton, as Green had to hurry the throw. And that'll mean 4th down and 4. Maybe out of the range of Morton Anderson, although Anderson is out on the field. He wants to kick it. What's Dick Vermeil's call?
Yeah, he's 2 yards out onto the field. Dick Vermeil is going to go for it on 4th down with his offensive unit.
We've not seen a punt in this entire half by either team. Anderson's longest this year is 49.
Well, I think it's Dick Vermeil saying it's a low percentage kick for Anderson.
Green has the 1st down. Dante Hall inside the 20. Another strong throw from Trent Green.
And I think the other factor in Dick Vermeil's decision is what the Colts have done every time they've had the football. Back to what I said earlier, I don't think field goals any longer figure into the equation for the Chiefs unless they run out of time here in the 1st half. They've got to play this game for touchdowns every time they have the ball.
And Dante Hall, who played at Texas A&M, he showed you his toughness, the little guy. He took a couple of good hits, hangs onto the ball to the 18.
Monday, can Greg hang with the cool guys?
What were you thinking getting an earring? You're starting to sound like my mother. Yeah, well, you're starting to look like mine.
Yes, dear. Then will an old flame rekindle the romance?
I told you she had a thing for me.
But I didn't know you thinged her back.
Still standing. Next, when the twins get left behind, Ray's daughter saves the day.
If it wasn't for you, your mother could be facing criminal charges.
And got flu?
Is that tea?
Yeah.
2.5 Men can help. It's all here, CBS Monday, and Patricia Heaton's on The Late Show.
Well, there's plenty to debate at halftime on the Nextel halftime report. As I recall, Jim, Dan, Dion, and Boomer were split on their picks. 2 for the Colts and 2 thought the Chiefs would win today. Stay tuned for the Nextel halftime report. And you see the Chiefs with Gonzalez the primary target, but 6 different receivers for Trent Green. That timeout was called by Indianapolis, so each team has 2. Green, good protection to the end zone to Hall. Incomplete. Had his hands on it, but Walt Harris there to make a good defensive play.
Oh, yeah, Walt Harris made an outstanding defensive play. Almost looked like he got his hand on the arm of Dante Hall and got in there with the hit. That was excellent. It's a great throw by Trent Green and a catchable ball. But Walt Harris provided pretty tight coverage that time on Dante Hall.
Priest Holmes back in, 2nd down and 10. They overload the left side with Hall in the slot. Kennison far left and Morton to the right. Pump to Morton, draw to Priest Holmes, breaks the 1 tackle and then cannot elude David Macklin and Donald Strickland. A lot of work there for about 4 yards.
But so close to breaking a big one. And again, it just goes to show that just about any down is a running down for Kansas City.
Kansas City spends its 2nd timeout.
Take a look. All of a sudden, here goes Priest Holmes back to the outside. A tremendous stiff arm. But again, Donald Strickland is the guy that coming from the inside got around the legs. It was cleanup by Macklin, but the heavy lifting that time was done by rookie Donald Strickland.
And speaking of heavy lifting, Priest Holmes, you saw Marcus Allen's report on the pregame show about his father, Master Sergeant Herman, who left just a week ago from Fort Hood over to Iraq for at least 6 months, probably a year. And Priest very much his mind on his dad, and in fact his mom Norma. They've got her here. They're going to keep her busy while Dad is in Iraq representing this great country.
I saw that both these teams within a yard of each other in total offense.
3rd down and 5. Green, a quick throw, and it's dropped by Morton. Tried to run before he had caught it. He was open and had the 1st down.
Easily had the 1st down. Every mistake in a game like this is magnified.
That was right at the sticks, the 8-yard line when the ball arrived. Macklin wasn't that close to him. So out comes Morton Anderson with 1:09 left in the half. So Peyton Manning and the Colts are going to have some time to work.
And I think this is at 4th and 5. This is a good call by Dick. Go ahead and take your 3 points.
He missed it to the left.
Geez, 2 veterans let Dick Vermeil down on the last 2 plays. Johnny Morton, a 10-year guy, and then Morton Anderson, a 22-year guy. Both failed Dick Vermeil in the last 2 plays. He just pushes it off to the left.
And we saw last night in the Rams-Carolina game how important field goals play.
That's crushing. Oh, that's crushing to a head coach, because Dick's aware that to get into the scoring position like that, to be down there and come away with absolutely nothing, that psychologically that's a wound.
Yeah, 21-13, you're still a touchdown away. Right. A touchdown and a 2.
Yeah, that's a wound he'll have to address at halftime, not to mention the fact here comes Manning with 1 minute and 5 seconds
and 2 timeouts. Fakes to James, and they sack him for the first time. Arcal Truluck with John Browning there first. A rare sack of Manning, who was only down 18 times all season.
Well, Trulek that time is working against left tackle Tariq Glenn, but it wasn't Glenn's fault. Trulek just going upfield, and Manning trying to scramble out to his left, runs right into him.
And now Manning and the Colts showing no urgency at all to try to move the ball after that sack. But you better watch Harrison on every play. He's down to the right. Back to Edgerrin James, and he's tackled in the backfield.
Oh, did somebody fall on Marcus Pollard's leg?
Gary Stills and Trulek in on the stop.
Well, Marcus Pollard, the tight end, is down on the ground. Looked like somebody fell on his leg at the end of that play. Let's watch number 81 as he's trying to work against Gary Stills, the defensive end. Watch here at the very end. Yes, you could see right there at the end.
Ryan Sims.
Looked like Ryan Sims. Yeah, number 90. Watch the lower left of your screen. Oh, there's Sims, who falls right on the right leg of Marcus Pollard, and he had it caught underneath and couldn't get it out.
Able to walk off under his own power. Final timeout spent by Kansas City with 16 seconds showing. Yeah, that's been the real Achilles heel in the playoffs for Kansas City, missing field goals.
And both of those teams, keep in mind, in the regular season, 13-3.
That sounds familiar, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
13-3 again for Kansas City as Manning takes a knee, and that'll do it for this first half. Again, neither team forced to punt. Morton Anderson head down a bit. He won't fail on many 31-yard attempts.
Well, at least the Chiefs defense can go, well, at least there was one Indianapolis possession where they didn't score.
So there it is at halftime, 21-10 as we go down to Bonnie Bernstein.
Tony Dungy, your players talk so much about the importance of scoring touchdowns in the red zone and not field goals, because that's what KC is so proficient at. How have you been able to do it while the Chiefs have struggled?
Well, Peyton's got us in some very good plays down there, and that's been the key, scoring. We just got to be a little bit better on our third down defense. I think we'll be okay.
Coach, thanks.
Tony Dungy in his second year with the Colts, and he has that offense and this team hot in the playoffs. End of the half. Colts 21, Chiefs 10. We'll be back with the Nextel halftime report after this message and a word from your local station. You're watching the NFL on CBS.
Monday, can Greg hang with the cool guys?
Say hello to Mattress Mart.
For 30 years. Win great prizes. Play Pigskin Picks at WWMT.com.
CBS Sports presents the Nextel Halftime Report. Sponsored by Nextel, nationwide walkie-talkie.
Hello, friends. Welcome to the Nextel Halftime Report from our NFL Today studios in New York. 21-10, the Indianapolis Express is in high gear at the moment with Manning a couple of touchdowns. James is galloping as well, 75 yards. Dan Deion Boomer and Shannon Sharp, our special guest. What did you see on that first touchdown of the game there, Shannon?
Well, I'm looking at Brandon Stokely here in the slot, and what he's looking at is this linebacker and this safety here. They're going to run play action at this linebacker, and he's going to pause just enough to give Stokely the opportunity to run the seam or the post. And once he sees the safety comes down, it's a blown coverage because there's no way he's supposed to come down this far. And he comes down, Stokely sees it, goes to the middle of the field, and Peyton sees him, and it's a touchdown.
Well, he does it well, doesn't he?
Yep.
Play action.
No one in the middle of the field. That's certainly a blown coverage because the corner on this side is playing his third coverage.
Dan, what have you seen?
Well, you look in the second half here, or no, in the first half, you see, as far as running the football, you see the two tight ends set here. They balance Kansas City up. You see the safety comes down. It's a support, and Peyton Manning's in a check with me situation. He checks away from the safety support. The linebackers over pursue. They cut off the backside. Easy touchdown run past the safety for a touchdown. And what you're going to see in the second half, if they're ahead late in the game. You will see a 2 tight end set. They have to come down with their safety, show their support, and they'll run away from it, and that's how they're going to have to win that game. Run the clock, run Edgerrin James. You're going to see 2 tight ends.
Run the football. I agree with Dan. We talked about it early on the NFL Today. The recipe to beat this team is to run the football. Now, will they stay with Edgerrin James in the second half? I don't know, because all season long, I talk to Edgerrin all the time. They tend to get away from him in the second half of the game.
I know one thing. There are 22 players in this football field that have absolutely no clue to what's going on today, and that's both defenses. Both the Colts and the Kansas City Chiefs are completely confused. And, when did, the power play become in vogue in the NFL? It seems like both teams are only playing with 10 guys on the field. I mean, come on. They can do anything they want. And basically,
Shannon, your phone rang.
Yeah, your phone's ringing.
I forgot about the old cell phone rule.
Mike Shanahan is calling.
We got to get him accustomed to his television business. All cell phones are off, but it's good to have you here. Hey, listen, the New England Patriots await the winner of this game between Kansas City and Indianapolis. And joining us live right now from his home in Marina Bay, Massachusetts, is the Patriots linebacker Willie McGinnis. And Willie, thanks for being here. First off, and a little congratulations. You were added to the Pro Bowl team yesterday. Congrats.
Thank you. Thank you. It's an honor. We're just working hard, man, and good things happen. So I've been blessed, so I'm happy.
Hey, how cold was it? What were those conditions like last night playing that game?
It was frigid. When it's hot and you can't breathe because you're tired? Well, we couldn't breathe because it was so cold. It was probably the coldest game I've ever played in, and it was cold last night. But once drilling got going and everything got going, we was all right. But it was the coldest game I've ever been in.
Hey, Willie, how about that last play against the Titans last night as Steve McNabb drops back, throws it to Drew Brandon? What were your thoughts as you watched the ball sail through the air?
Now, I was hoping we picked it off, but he dropped it and the guys got on him quick, and I was just ecstatic. I was glad it was over with, because when you give guys like that second chances, a lot of times they'll hit those plays. And it was, a tough game, and it went down to the wire.
Willie, I'm looking at you early in your career. Early on, you played linebacker. In the last 3 or 4 years, they moved you to defensive end. Now they stand you back up. You think that's the reason why you've had so much success this year?
Man, I've been all over the place, Shannon. I don't know what they're going to do with me. They call me the elephant down here. I play DN. I play DB sometime. I play linebacker. So, wherever they need me. But, our system is great. Our coaching staff do a really good job of moving guys around and bringing guys in that can do a lot of different things, and it just adds to our defense.
How important has Rodney Harrison been to your defense? You lose Lawyer Malero early in the season.
Yeah.
He goes, you release him, and all of a sudden Rodney is asked to take a bigger role in your defense. So how important has he been?
He's crucial. Rodney's crucial, man. He's a hell of a ball player, and I've always liked Rodney Harrison from watching him. Just to have him on your team and see the intensity he plays with. He's a playmaker, and we're definitely happy to have him. He's been a crucial player on our defense, and he's better than what I thought, man. He's a great guy off the field, and he brings it every week, week in and week out.
Willie, who do you want to play? You see, he's leading this game, but who do you want to play? Let's be honest. Let's put it on the table.
It don't really matter.
Quit lying. Who do you want to play?
Time, it don't matter, man. It don't matter. We ready. We played Indy before. We haven't played KC. It don't matter. I mean, we just ready to go. Whoever we play, they got good offenses. They can score a lot of points, as you can see, and they can move the ball. So we're going to have our hands full with whatever team we play with, so it doesn't matter.
Thank you, my man. God bless you. Good luck, bro.
Hey, good job, Willie. We'll see you next week up in Foxborough. That's looming large, that goal line stand, against the Colts. That first game was something special. Could be another rematch. Cell phones are allowed, as long as they're Nextel. As long as it's Nextel. Second half's coming up next.
Trust me, it wasn't my phone.
CBS Sports presents the Nextel Halftime Report. Sponsored by Nextel, nationwide walkie-talkie.
So you think Parcells is going to take him to the playoffs?
Yeah, Parcells is going to take him to the playoffs in 2008.
In the AFC West, I like Oakland and I like the Chargers.
The road to the Super Bowl is coming through Cleveland, baby.
Tom Brady, he's not that good a quarterback.
It's a good year to be an Arizona Cardinals fan, I can tell you that much.
CBS Sports presents the Nextel Halftime Report. Sponsored by Nextel, nationwide walkie-talkie.
Back at Arrowhead Stadium, the teams, the reporters, coaches, and officials return to the field. And what a first half for the Indianapolis Colts, 3 possessions, 3 long drives, 3 touchdowns engineered by Peyton Manning. And a 21-10 lead as we're ready for the second half, and the Chiefs will get the ball first. Manning found Brandon Stokely wide open down the seam for the first score. Edgerrin James slammed in from 11. And then Tom Lipinski, first time he's touched the ball on offense, scores. We'll be back after this word for your local station.
The Centennial Wireless Big Return Sweepstakes, where big along any kickoff return for a touchdown with every official play of the game.
It's no fable. The wise
win great prizes. Play Pigskin Picks at WWMT.com.
Earlier today, the NFL held the national finals of the punt, pass, and kick skills competition. 32 kids from 18 NFL teams competed this morning in the Chiefs practice facility. Between the third and fourth quarter, we'll introduce the 8 national champions during an awards presentation. Over 3.5 million boys and girls compete in the punt, pass, and kick competition each year in schools and local organizations. Punt, pass, and kick is a free competition open to boys and girls ages 8 to 15. For more information on NFL youth football, visit www.nflyouthfootball.com. And a game dominated by the 2 offenses. No punts. It's 21-10. And I guess the moral victory, the defense standing up to miss a field goal and make a field goal. And that goes to Indianapolis.
Yeah, yes, it doesn't. But there's the halftime had to be Dick Vermeil and Greg Robinson challenging this Chiefs defense somehow to make a stand. They cannot allow Indianapolis to continue running over them rush shot. Let's go ahead and check the numbers for halftime. And you're going to see right away that both of these teams are moving the football, both of them over 200 yards. First downs are, but imagine Trent Green, Dick, who's 10 of 16 at halftime, 133 yards and a touchdown. He's got a quarterback rating of 109 plus, and he's getting outplayed. He's getting outplayed by Peyton Manning, who's perfect.
158.3. You can't get a higher rating than that. Manning has it for the 6 quarters of the playoffs as Vanderjagt kicks it off, and we're underway in the second half. A good kick this time, down to Hall at the 5-yard line. Hall to the far sideline at the 25, and gathered up just shy of the 30-yard line by Donald Strickland, who's been all over the field for the Colts today. Now take a look at the Chiefs stars on offense. Green, as Dan pointed out, 133 yards, a touchdown. On the ground, Priest Holmes working on a possible 150-yard day. He gets 71 rushing, and Tony Gonzalez 4 catches for 55, and because of a push-off, he missed the long touchdown pass that factors rather strongly at this point.
And that missed field goal at the bottom would have made it a 1-possession game with a touchdown and a successful 2-point conversion.
Green, play action fake, and throws to the sidelines to Hall, almost intercepted, then almost caught. It was Nick Harper who got one hand on it and deflected it. Hall had a shot, couldn't pull it in. Let's go to Bonnie.
Well, Dick, Dan is exactly right. Dick Vermeil has nothing to be ashamed of concerning offense and Trent Green. He said, we played well. We've had more plays than Indy, but the problem is when you drop passes in the red zone, you can't put 6 on the board. Asking him about whether he was surprised about whether Anderson made or missed that field goal, he said because of his age, we didn't go for the longer field goal earlier in that drive. It's just one of those things that happens.
Thank you, Bonnie. Second down. And the give is to Holmes. Breaks into the clear. 1 man to beat. And he fumbles the ball. It's up for grabs at the 22, and the Colts say they have it. They do. A long run, the longest of the game, and Holmes trying to get more, and Harris and Macklin converged on the tackle, jarred it free, and the Colts come up with a turnover. Macklin recovered the ball.
Walt Harris gets a gold star because Priest Holmes, behind unbelievable blocking, is never touched. He gets away from Strickland, but watch the left of your screen. There comes Walt Harris, and as Priest Holmes almost turns around backwards to fight off Walt Harris, Macklin comes in and knocks out the ball. Macklin comes in and puts his right hand right between the body and the left arm of Priest Holmes. Holmes was so preoccupied with Harris, he didn't sense Macklin being there.
So Macklin, the forced fumble and the recovery at the 22-yard line. A big play on the turnover, and Manning throws. That's up for possible grabs, incomplete. He got rid of it as Marcus Pollard was the intended target. But Manning throwing under considerable pressure.
Yeah, I would call this considerable pressure. He gets dumped big time. Watch the hit he takes right there on the blitz coming in. Jerome Woods.
And Marcus Pollard, who was in that pattern, was injured at the end of the first half, limped off.
That's taking care of the football, folks. 410 touches and only 2 fumbles. Sometimes life just doesn't seem fair when after an effort like that it ends up in a turnover.
48-yard run, but now it's James with a big hole. And he has a first down and more out across the 35 to the 37-yard line. Dexter McLeon and Sean Barber team up on the tackle.
Well, right now for Kansas City defensively, it's all about adjustments. It's all about what Greg Robinson and Dick Vermeil talked about, what scheme changes they have to make here in this second half to somehow, they're going to have to gamble. Greg Robinson's going to have to take chances because what they were doing in the first half, his team wasn't able to execute it.
It doesn't start well in the second half, although there's a good stop on the run as James is covered by John Browning and company. James with 90 yards rushing now in the game. The best in the league in the turnover differential, the Chiefs, and of course Dick Vermeil preaches that sermon every day.
And look at the bottom. Yes, they're all playoff teams.
The Colts have less 10, not bad either, and they have the first turnover of this game. A lot of this is show dressing, just trying to make the defense think you're changing a call or making one. Manning to the sideline, almost intercepted by Eric Warfield, intended for Harrison.
Well, Eric Warfield's taken the inside. He's taken the inside position, and look how he anticipates Marvin Harrison stopping his pattern. How does he anticipate it? By having his right arm on Harrison's chest and almost pulls himself back into position. You know what? Sometimes you draw the flag, sometimes you don't.
That draws the crowd enthusiasm up a notch. Throw over the middle, complete. Stokely over the middle has the ball, and it's right at the sticks, first down.
Without pressure on Peyton Manning, 9 times out of 10 in this game, he's going to find an open receiver because things just aren't tight enough in the Kansas City secondary.
Look at
in the zone. Yep, they're working in the zone. And Stokely getting a lot of freedom when you got Marvin Harrison and Reggie Wayne working the outside. Brandon Stokely gets a lot of room in the middle.
See, Arkel Trulock, the defensive end, was 20 yards back on pass defense on that play. Another third down conversion on 3rd and 8. James waits for a block and then fights his way to the Kansas City 45-yard line and a gain of about 7. Well, it is a team at the 3 skill positions when you have Manning, who was voted the All-Pro quarterback and co-MVP with McNabb of Tennessee. At that position, you got Marvin Harrison. There's just not many better than Marvin. And then you got James running the football.
And factor in Tom Moore, the offensive coordinator, in his 6th year. That unit has been together for 5 years. That's why they're so confident in a hostile environment like Arrowhead. Nothing rattles them.
No false starts. Nothing. No penalties against the Colts. And here comes James. Oh, that's Dominic Rhodes. I was going to say, looked like he had a little more burst there, and William Barty makes the stop. Another first down. Rhodes, who had over 1,000 yards rushing when James was hurt 2 years ago.
Watch to the left of your screen right there. Jeff Saturday, number 63. He gets into Scott Fujita and knocks him. This is a Kansas City defense right now that is completely unsure of itself, completely on its heels. And Dominique Rhodes just finishes it off, but he's the beneficiary of awesome execution by his offensive mates.
Fake to Rhodes. Manning throws, complete. Reggie Wayne down to the 21-yard line and a gain of 9 more. Monteque Sharp back to make the tackle.
Well, you can see that down the stretch, the Kansas City Chiefs defensively have faltered. Tremendous increases in points per game. The record was only 4-3. The takeaways way down. And right now, this defense, it almost looks like they have to get lucky to stop the Colts.
Rhodes stays in at tailback. Manning down to 2 on the clock. Gets it off. Throws toward the end zone. Almost intercepted by Warfield. He had a shot at it. Harrison the target.
Well, there's a quarterback throwing who's just got a lot of confidence. Because under no circumstances was Marvin Harrison open. Eric Warfield is all over him and actually has a much better play on the football than does Marvin Harrison. Warfield actually has the ball right there. It hits him and bounces right off his chest. Now, he may have been looking right back into the sun. That could have been a real factor on that play.
3rd and 1, and James returns. They're 5 for 6. The Colts on 3rd down conversions. And hit in the backfield. They don't do it this time. Sean Barber, the veteran linebacker, shot through to make the tackle. He beat Tariq Glenn at tackle.
Well, he's actually coming off the edge, and actually Brandon Stokely, the wide receiver, is trying to block down on Barber, but he was split out too wide. They weren't counting, and give Greg Robinson credit. He sent Barber upfield, and he made the play.
And here comes Mike Vanderjagt. 41 consecutive field goals, a new NFL record. This is of considerable distance, just outside 45 yards. Look at this. Plenty of distance right down the middle.
And what a great placement by Hunter Smith on an errant snap. He got it down.
There we were planning our vacation online. That's when the pain started.
Digititis is a repetitive stress injury, just like carpal tunnel syndrome, except different.
Basically, it feels like a fleshy fireball on the end of my hand.
We're seeing an explosion of this with all the double clicking that's going on. If we catch this early, we can help.
Searching for a great airfare online doesn't have to be a pain. Just go to southwest.com for our $39 to $99 internet specials when you purchase by January 19th.
You're now free to move about the country.
And if you're considering a larger digital TV, this is a nice 51-inch Sony. Check it out. No, come on. Really check it out.
Oh, yeah. The one you want. From widescreen to plasma, we've got the digital TV that's right for you. In fact, we've sold more than anyone else. Circuit City, we're with you.
What are you doing?
Shopping.
The 7-passenger, electronic 4-wheel drive Acura MDX. Power and safety, living in perfect harmony.
A murder captured by satellite puts the CIA under suspicion. You're accusing the agency of spying?
I have a murder to solve.
NCIS, new episode, CBS Tuesday.
This telecast is copyrighted by the NFL for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this telecast or of any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the NFL's consent is prohibited.
So Mike Vanderjagt, 45-yard field goal, and it's a 2-touchdown lead. And at the commercial break, look at this. Tom Moore on the left, the offensive coordinator with Tony Dungy. Moore not at all happy with Manning, apparently.
Well, they're discussing that last 3rd down play. I don't know if it was run out of the wrong formation or whatever, but Tom Moore, 65 years old. There may be snow on the roof, but there's obviously still some fire in the furnace.
Oh, the hearth is hot. There's the kickoff by Vanderjagt at Dante Hall. Fans hoping he can break one. He's got some room this time. 35, 40, 44-yard line. Jason Doring made a saving tackle. 9:17 left in the 3rd.
be there first. Where no sports sedan has been before. The all-new 270 horsepower Acura TL. A higher form of performance.
New plant location? San Diego. San Diego.
The ocean.
The sun.
The people.
A problem.
Problem?
Prices.
Big problem. Solution?
Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh.
Good paper.
Best paper.
Pittsburgh paper. Perfect. Pursue the potential Pittsburgh property pronto. Let's eat.
Nextel walkie-talkies get it done.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Southwest Airlines. Friendly nonstop service all across the country. Southwest Airlines, a symbol of freedom. The 265 horsepower 7-passenger Acura MDX. And by Nextel Coast to Coast walkie-talkie. Nextel, done.
So Trent Green and the Chiefs go to work. Good field position at the 45. Back to the hold on the field goal last.
Yeah, that snap was a little lower than Hunter Smith wanted it, and you can see the ball ends up on the ground. But boy, does he do a good job of getting it back placed and upright for Mike Vanderjagt.
Green on first down. Throws to this side. Wide open. Morton. He dropped another one. It was Morton who dropped a sure first down pass inside the 10 at the end of the first half that proved to be costly because Morton Anderson then missed a field goal.
Boy, mistakes, they are killing us. I'm sure that's what Dick Vermeil is saying right now. And they've been mistakes by his veteran players. Johnny Morton with his drop. Then it's a missed field goal by Morton Anderson, who's older than Methuselah. And then this by Priest Holmes. The effort was there, just an unfortunate turnover.
Here comes Holmes. And he breaks through on the draw all the way to the 30-yard line, a 25-yard run before Thornton and Macklin can get him.
Well, that's one way to make sure that they forget quickly that Morton dropped a pass. Come right back with a 25-yarder, and look at that blocking. Not even challenged until he's downfield, and that by Donald Strickland, and he makes him miss.
Priest Holmes, all he has done in 2.5 quarters is gain 143 yards on just 15 carries. He's not getting it enough, so they go right back to Holmes. Shreds one tackler, runs through another, and he's inside the 25. He's an interesting combination of speed and power, 5'9", so there's not a lot to grab, and he weighs 213. Out of San Antonio, where his high school team state champions, and he played behind Ricky Williams, not well known at the University of Texas. Williams, of course, went on to win the Heisman.
And what a recovery he has made from that hip surgery that made him, that hip injury rather, that made him lose the last 2 games of last season. Pretty spectacular. What do you have, 1,600 yards last year when he got hurt?
14 games. Yeah. Here he comes. He loves to run around this right side. Stays in bounds. And now 3 Colts corral him after a first down at the 15. Williams, Washington, and Thornton.
Well, we've talked before about this tremendous offensive line, and 2 guys who really got a job done there was Tony Gonzalez at tight end and Jason Dunn. See, there's Jason Dunn and Gonzalez there doing a double team. Gonzalez comes off the double team and buries Mike Doss, the strong safety. So Dunn and Gonzalez get credit there for some good blocks.
Green sets up, dumps it over the middle, complete. And it's Derek Blaylock in for Holmes, and he crashes inside the 5-yard line. Morris and Washington make the stop. Blaylock, good spot player. He's almost the same size, 5'9", 205 as Holmes.
Well, now what's critical for the Chiefs, Dick, they got to close the deal. They've been down here before and have settled for field goals or field goal attempts that were missed. They have to finish the deal.
Well, here's a man who's done it 27 times this year. Priest Holmes. He gets the handoff. Not much of a hole. It closes in a hurry. Donald Strickland along with Chad Bratsky, the defensive end.
Yeah, I know this sounds silly, but you look at that clock running, and if Kansas City, the clock running isn't all that bad a thing, because at least they're keeping Peyton Manning and the offense off the field. If they're going to score touchdowns, at least do it on some drives that take up a little time, because they're going to be right back in this thing 24-17 if they can get it across the goal line.
2nd and goal. Holmes up the middle, trip, gets to the goal line but not in. He's marked at the half-yard line. Corey Bird, an extra defensive back, coming up from a safety spot to help out Larry Triplett.
Well, it looked like that Holmes would have been in easily if he doesn't trip. He stumbles. It looked like he tripped over the legs of Willie Roaf.
162 yards, a Kansas City rushing record in the playoffs. Barry Ward had 130 against the Raiders in 91. 3rd and goal. Holmes, touchdown.
Well, once again, the Kansas City offense really responded with a drive when they needed it. They were down 14-3 and responded with a touchdown drive that made it 14-10, and now down 24-10. If this is a good extra point, they've crawled right back in it again.
All set up by Dante Hall's fine kickoff return out to the 45 for Kansas City. Morgan Anderson hits the extra point. 55 yards. It took 8 plays in almost 4 minutes, and Holmes with a leap into the end zone. Dick Vermeil's team back within 7.
The barbershop is back in business.
If you're gonna be president and have a relation with a fat, ugly white girl, lock the door.
Ice Cube, Cedric the Entertainer, Sean Patrick Thomas, Eve, and a special appearance by Queen Latifah.
Look at that fro. What you been doing? Sweeping up the shop with it?
Barbershop back in business.
You know, one day this whole shop's all gonna be yours.
Rated PG-13. Starts Friday, February 6th.
We've been coming here for years. Suddenly, everybody has a laptop. What gives?
It's a hotspot.
A hotspot?
A hotspot, broadband, wireless, a tipping point. One hotspot, a blip. 10, a novelty. Then the game of business changes. Billions of dollars fly through the air.
Billions?
Billions. Watch your head.
How's our security?
My science project is about butterflies and their life cycle.
Oh, wow.
Excellent.
Very good.
And pressure is applied to water, it creates waves.
Nice work.
It's a Civic.
Not just any Civic, a gasoline electric hybrid Civic.
Where does the cord go?
You never have to plug it in.
How did you get this into the gym?
The gasoline electric Civic Hybrid from Honda.
Did your parents help you with this?
Access NFL.com for live scores and stats. And after the games, AOL members get exclusive NFL.com features only on AOL.
6th-ranked Oklahoma takes on the #1 team in the country, Connecticut, or Indiana slams into Michigan. Next on CBS.
Priest Holmes, his first postseason touchdown, and that was Marcus Allen style, leaping over the center. He broke Marcus Allen's club touchdown career record this year.
Priest Holmes sitting on the sidelines like he was in New England last night. It's over 50 degrees outside, and he looks like it's below 0.
Maybe he thinks he's dressing early for next week, as Dominic Rhodes brings it back the other way, has some room, and crosses the 35-yard line, and is met by a sea of red. Monty Beisel leads the way. You be the head linesman. You call it.
I call this up and over.
Psst, over here. Take the next left turn. Hey, take the next right turn.
Your destination is on the right. You've reached your destination.
That's how it works. Sort of.
Find nearest Italian restaurant.
Take the next right turn.
Voice-activated, satellite-linked navigation available in the Accord from Honda.
Thanks. Cheers.
Some like beers don't taste like anything. Next time, try a great tasting, less filling Miller Lite. Good call.
I would have gone vanilla with that sweater.
Ice cream, $3.
I think I would have parked a little closer.
Gas, $22.
Whoa. I think...
Haircut, $30.
What? I would have looked out for the water main. But that's just me.
Monday morning quarterbacks, priceless. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard.
I would have double bagged it.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Subway. Good, so you don't always have to be. Subway, eat fresh. And by Miller. There's good enough and there's better than it has to be. Miller, good call.
Welcome back to Arrowhead. And earlier we asked you which NFC Eastern team is best positioned with its coaching staff. The results say you think Eagles, and Andy Reid at 45%. You like Parcells. Gibbs gets 18%, and Tom Coughlin with the Giants. For more NFL news, complete playoff coverage, go to NFL.com or NFL on AOL. Marcus Pollard in the slot. Manning has to dump this one off, complete to Pollard, and a first down at midfield. Jerome Woods, on his way to his first Pro Bowl, made the stop.
Boy, how good a pass was that by Manning, right over the linebacker with pressure right in his face. It's from a defensive, do you blitz him? Yeah, let's try to blitz him. Oh, he'll burn us. Well, let's not blitz him. Well, he'll just stand back there and pick us apart. Talk about a guy, Dick, on top of his game.
Edgerrin James, who compliments Manning's passing game. Greg Wesley makes the stop at the Chiefs 48. Well, there they are. No punts in the game. Either team. That has never happened for a full postseason game. There was a game back in '82, the Cardinals and Green Bay. One punt. You played in that one, Dan.
Yeah, well, the only reason we didn't punt is because we kept turning the ball over.
Bad.
It wasn't because we scored 50 points.
On 2nd and 7, the quick throw complete to Reggie Wayne, and he has another Indianapolis first down at the 41. Wayne, who played with Santana Moss at the University of Miami, and of course was a teammate of Edgerrin James.
Working both sides of the field, working the middle to Pollard, the outsides with James. I'll tell you something, Tom Moore is another guy on top of his game right now. This offensive coordinator, he's a crusty old son of a gun, but he is sharp and he's got the tools to have a lot of fun calling a game.
We saw him on the sidelines, Chuck Knowles, great Pittsburgh teams, and it's Wayne again. Looked to be almost the same pattern, and it works for another 14-15. Dexter McLeon with a tackle. Wayne compliments Harrison. He had 68 catches in his breakout year this season, 3rd in the league. Diehard Saints fan growing up. He loved Eric Martin. He said, boy, he could catch a BB in the dark. That's what I want to do.
I got shot in the butt with a BB gun one time.
In the dark?
No, but it hurt nonetheless.
Well, thanks for sharing.
Thank you.
James inside the 25. Gain of 3 or 4 into Kawika Mitchell. Well, you can see why CBS Monday is America's best night of television. That terrific lineup. Everybody loves Raymond, Emmy Award-winning, and hot show CSI Miami. Followed the late news, late show with David Letterman. All on CBS tomorrow night, Monday night, America's most watched network. James now has hit the century mark, so both Priest Holmes and Edgerrin James 100 yards rushing. Wide open is Harrison. Short pattern to the 20, short of the first down. Scott Fujita wrestles him down.
Well, Greg Robinson that time came with a blitz. He challenged Manning, but Manning and Harrison read it immediately and got the quick pass.
3rd down and 2. Manning takes his time.
Yeah, there's still 20 seconds on the play clock. He gets his team up there so early, he's got all the time in the world to do this.
Resets his formation. Make sure that James knows the call. And throws deep for Wayne. Touchdown! Oh my! How good is the Colts good?
Well, Peyton Manning, when he is up at the line of scrimmage with 22 or 23 seconds left on the play clock, gets all that time to get the defense to show him what they're going to do. It's so hard for the defense to stay in a position and not give an inkling by a safety taking a step forward, or maybe a linebacker who's going to come on a blitz to maybe lean a little bit or take that one false step towards the line of scrimmage. And Peyton Manning puts a defense in a terrible position by making them hold their water, so to speak, by just sitting there and sitting there. And he is just literally carving the Chiefs to shreds.
Vanderjagt with the extra point. Another long drive for Indianapolis. 64 yards, 7 plays. Wayne, 19 yards for the touchdown.
Relay. Big line at the toll booth. You know those electronic passes? Yeah. Used to be 1 lane, then 2, now 3. And you don't have one? No.
It's the on-demand world.
Huh?
Electronic pass connects to toll booth. Toll booth connects to bank. Bank to your credit card. You come in here with your laptop, click, click, pay your bill through the air. But you don't get it, so you wait in line.
That means something.
I love puzzles, any kind of puzzle. That's why I get excited when people bring their taxes into H&R Block. It's like this really complex puzzle. I don't just help them get the maximum refund, I work on the bigger puzzle. I help them plan for the future, save for education or a house. It's almost as challenging as a Sunday crossword puzzle. Which reminds me, do you know a 5-letter word for boomerang?
The new H&R Block Advantage.
Low-carb diet, huh?
We were on this low-carb diet together.
You're the cheater. I saw you at Subway ordering my sandwich.
It's okay. It's a new Atkins carb-controlled wrap.
Introducing the new Atkins-friendly chicken bacon ranch and turkey and bacon melt wraps. 2 great new tastes from Subway with under 11 net carbs.
You ate the kids' art project.
Subway, good, so you don't always have to be.
Who will outwit, outplay, and outlast? Former survivors, the best of the best, competing in the ultimate Survivor Showdown. Now we're saving the biggest twists for them.
Survivor All-Stars premieres Sunday, February 1st.
Right after the Super Bowl, only on CBS.
Reggie Wayne, 19 yards on that touchdown catch, set up so brilliantly with the 2 slants that were successful, and then he runs it down the sidelines and beats Dexter McCleon. 3 touchdown throws now for Manning. I don't know, maybe the throws aren't long enough. His rating has dipped down, Dan, to 139.5.
Well, the rating that counts is 31.
Unstoppable. As the Broncos learned last week in Indianapolis. Here comes Dante Hall. 40. Got a chance to go. 50. Vanderjagt to beat. Touchdown, Dante Hall. 92 yards, and they're going crazy. There's your X factor, Dan.
4 kick returns for touchdowns during the regular season. Weeks 2, 3, 4, and 5. It has been a dry spell until now.
Boy, the timing on his cuts. Morton Anderson. And the Chiefs, after watching Manning chew up the yards and another touchdown, answer with an electric strike from Dante Hall. 92 big ones for a touchdown.
And keep in mind, down the stretch in the regular season, the Colts gave up 2 kickoff returns for touchdowns. One versus the Jets, one against the Patriots. And the kickoff coverage team for the Indianapolis Colts is leaking oil. And Dick Vermeil, we're back in it one more time.
67-year-old Vermeil, like everyone else here, became a kid during that return. He was treated, Dick Vermeil, earlier this week. We were there Friday when his wife Carol brought in a very expensive sports car. Dick grew up in the Napa Valley, and his dad was a mechanic. He worked with cars as a kid. He said he always wanted to be a race driver. Ooh, he's got something that has a little...
Yeah, well, let me tell you something. Dick Vermeil can only hope that his sports car can corner and accelerate like Dante Hall. He can only hope. And I don't know what kind of gas mileage Dante Hall is getting right now. But that was, talk about much needed tonic for what ails you.
It's the Colts now stunned, and will that be the turning point for the Chiefs to catch up? Kansas City has never rallied from a deficit of more than 10 points.
Well, Tony Dungy has to be crazy with his kickoff coverage. I mean, they really struggled with this down the stretch in week 11 and week 13.
Good kick all the way to the goal line. Dominic Rhodes trying to answer when he doesn't make it to the 20.
Well, if the Kansas City defense doesn't get fired up now, it's time to pronounce them dead.
Len Finley with a tackle, and Monty Beisel.
If we don't see some kind of a stand out of Kansas City's defense right now, unplug the respirator.
They need to get Hunter Smith on the field, which they've not been able to do. Make a stop. We mentioned in the postseason, the Chiefs twice rallied from 10 points down at the half. They're trying to come back from 24 in this one. Edgerrin James stumbles, makes it to the 21. A gain of 2. Sean Barber. Very valued pickup as an unrestricted free agent after a year in Philadelphia and 4 years in Washington. Made the tackle.
I don't know if you like pro football or not, but folks, to be in this stadium right now is thrilling. Just listen to this crowd.
Manning over the middle, incomplete to Stokely. 3rd and long, final minute of the 3rd. Bonnie, what do you have for us?
Dick, everybody in the stadium is revved up, and so is Bonnie Holiday before the defense went back on the field. He reminded them that they were down by 17 points and came back in the 4th quarter to beat Green Bay. He said, we've been here before, we can do it again.
Thanks, Bonnie. You saw the flag go down as Manning and the Colts went to the quick count on that one. And did they trap an extra Chiefs player on the field? They made the stop. Jerry Austin with the call.
There was no substitution by the offense. 12 men on the defense. 5 yards. Repeat, 3rd down.
Oh, Manning alertly seeing a defensive change made by the Chiefs. Went to the quick count and caught them with too many men on the field. So they don't have to punt. That's as close as the Colts have come. $79,000 strong working on behalf of the Chiefs defense. Quick throw to Wayne. He's open again. Easily a first down and out to the 42-yard line. Eric Hicks, trailing the play, made the tackle on the final play of the third quarter. And what a quarter that was. After 3, Colts 31, Chiefs 24. Back after a message and a word from your local station.
When his father-in-law comes into some cash.
Starting tomorrow, I'm queen for a day.
How can Doug get in on the action?
I'll just follow up with a lamp to the back of the head.
King of Queens, new episode Wednesday.
It's the one you've waited for. Survivor All-Stars premieres after the Super Bowl on CBS.
Mom, this town and country is really nice. Isn't it? Remember your first minivan? You loved that thing. Mm-hmm. Chrysler had just introduced them. So did I tell you we're getting one? Oh. What, with 2 kids and all? 2? Oh! Really? Yes.
Expecting more? Check out Town & Country, America's best-selling luxury minivan ever. Plus, get a groundbreaking offer. Announcing Zero Plus. Now get 0% financing plus a $2,000 cash allowance plus our 770 powertrain limited warranty. For the best values in America, see your Chrysler dealer today.
Well, listen, I gotta go, but my love to the wife. All right.
How's your friend in New York?
Doing great, ma'am. Thank you.
Good.
Could I call my mom?
Sure.
She's in Florida.
That's nice.
Say goodbye to worrying about long-distance bills. Introducing SBC All-Distance Service, now in Michigan. Unlimited nationwide long-distance local service and more, guaranteed.
Don't wait. It's just $43.95 if you order by January 31st.
One more way, we bring it all home.
The Centennial Wireless Big Return Sweepstakes, where big plays mean big prizes. Catch the big game February 1st on Channel 3 and play along. Any kickoff return for a touchdown wins a 2004 Trailblazer from the Sealy Wright Automotive Group. Any punt return for a TD wins $2,000 worth of furniture from Harlan's Furniture. Other returns win other great prizes. With every official play of the game, someone wins pizza from Little Caesars. To enter, pick up a registration form at any West Michigan Little Caesars and send it in. The Centennial Wireless Big Return Sweepstakes. Big plays, big prizes.
Win great prizes. Play Pigskin Picks at WWMT.com.
The winner goes to New England for the AFC Championship, and after 3, the Colts lead the Chiefs 31-24 here in Kansas City. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we direct your attention to the East End Zone, where we would like to recognize the national champions of the 2003-2004 NFL Punt, Pass, and Kick program. Sheila Ward and Don Grimes, Cedric Jones, Senior Director of NFL Youth Football and Punt, Pass, and Kick alum, and Pro Football Hall of Famer Jim Kelly will congratulate the 8 national champions. The 8- and 9-year-old champions are Kara Miller from Farmington, Michigan, and Chad Kelly from Grand Island, New York. In the 10-11 age group, Teresa Plaisance from Harvey, Louisiana, and Parrish Fells from York, Pennsylvania. The 12-13-year-old champions are Jenna Doyle from Davis, California, and Jacob Santour from Saline, Michigan. And finally, the 14-15-year-old champions, Natalie Baumgart from Wausau, Wisconsin, and Evan McKeon from Palm Harbor, Florida. The National Football League would like to thank all of the participants and volunteers who made the Punt, Pass, and Kick a successful program in 2003. Let's hear it, Arrowhead, for these PP&K champions. Interestingly, that Jim Kelly's nephew is one of the winners. Kelly, who was a Punt, Pass, and Kick contestant himself, and Chad Kelly was the 8- and 9-year-old champion from Grand Island, New York. There he is. So there's some genetic talent still running in that Kelly vein.
Geez, wearing a Buffalo jersey. Who would have ever thought that?
And now back to the fourth quarter, and it opens with the Colts in command by a touchdown. Have the ball, first down at their 43. Chiefs nearly with a stop, but that 5-yard, too many men on the field penalty kept it alive for the Colts. Manning down the middle to Harrison is wide open at the 31-yard line. Greg Wesley was the closest red jersey, and he was 5 yards away.
Wow, if there's been a recurring theme, it has been Colts receivers wide open in the Chiefs secondary. And Marvin Harrison is even able to react to a pass that's thrown back behind him. He's so wide open, he can come to a complete stop and go back for a ball.
James toppled after a yard gained at the 30-yard line. Barber down low for the tackle.
Now on that last pass completion, I once again feel like I've got to pass along credit to the offensive line of the Colts. They were just giving Peyton Manning again a perfect pocket with a good look up the passing lanes downfield.
Glenn DeMulling, Pico, Saturday, and Dean. Quick throw to Harrison, and he's hit immediately at the 25. A short gain of 5. It'll be 3rd down and 4.5.
This is not the favorite pattern of Marvin Harrison, running that quick slant across the middle where he's exposing what is one of the NFL's more slender frames to some big linebackers.
He'd be one of the few guys in the league that might really be described as frail looking. But boy, what a player, and those great speed in and out of the cuts, as you could see, always seems to be open. Quick toss, complete to Stokely over the middle, and he has a 1st down inside the Chiefs 15. Barty drags him down.
Well, the corner blitz, and Manning reacts to it so quickly by going right to the area vacated by the blitz. Stokely correctly reads the blitz, breaks off his pattern, and runs a short slant that Peyton hits him with the football. It's just perfect execution and of a blitz and how to handle it between quarterback and receiver.
And the Colts continue to cook on 3rd down. 6 for 8 last week. They're 8 for 10 today.
Telling you right now, there's a defensive team sitting back in Denver watching this game going, hey, I know what they feel like.
Safety blitz. Manning cooks it again. Hits his tight end, Joe Dean Davenport. A rare throw to Davenport, who had only 3 catches all season, but he was the man open. And Manning knows how to find him.
Tom Moore, he's got it all going. And right now, Greg Robinson of the Chiefs, he's got to be scratching his head going, I'm not sure what to call. I blitz him, it doesn't work. I don't blitz him, it doesn't work.
2nd down and short. James, is it his turn? Yes. And he fights down to the 1-yard line. It'll be 1st and goal. 4 shots from the 1 for the Colts. You know, the frustration there you can see in the face of Robinson, Dan, and with these fans who have done everything they can to help their team, but the Colts are unstoppable. No mistakes by Indianapolis, no punts. Every time they've had the ball, they've scored. James plows into the end zone for a touchdown.
I'm sure Dick and Greg are just baffled. Yes, this Chiefs defense has given up a lot of yards during the course of the season. They're ranked 29th overall. That's based on yardage, but their points allowed per game was much better than that. And the word on the Chiefs was they play so much better at Arrowhead, that they are a completely different defensive team at Arrowhead. And I don't think anybody saw this coming. I mean, we knew how good Indianapolis was going to be in the way they were coming off that game last week, but who could ever see domination like this?
Vanderjagt tacks on the extra point. It was another long one, 81 yards, 10 plays, 14-point lead.
With its new available Power Stroke diesel and 5-speed automatic torque shift transmission, the Ford F-Series Super Duty pulls faster and easier than any other diesel pickup. Ford F-Series. If you haven't looked at Ford lately, look again.
The difference in carbs between Miller Lite and Coors Light is as little as 1.8 grams.
the difference in taste is as big as the Rockies. Drink Rocky Mountain Cold Coors Light.
Stop crying. It's okay. It's even fine. No?
AOL 9.0 optimized with top speed technology makes web pages load up to 5 times faster than before.
Mommy's home. Such a good boy.
Life needs quick thinking.
The difference in carbs between Miller Lite and Coors Light is only 1.8 grams. You can burn 1.8 grams dancing. Slow dancing. So do a little dance and drink a little Rocky Mountain Cold Coors Light.
For 30 years, the biggest stars in the world have been honored by one special group. You.
I want to thank the people.
At the People's Choice Awards. Vote for your favorites at CBS.com. Charlie Sheen and John Cryer host the People's Choice Awards live CBS tonight.
Edgerrin James, second rushing touchdown. He's over 100 yards in the game. And it's back to a 2-touchdown lead. And here's Dante Hall, one of the stars of this Kansas City team. Last time he took it back 92 for a score. But as you pointed out, Dan, with the enthusiasm in this big crowd after that kickoff return, they still couldn't stop Indianapolis. Hall, 6-yard line. Up the middle. And they kind of baited him to go that way. He saw a hole, but it closed quickly, and he's tackled at the 24. Well, this is a sports doubleheader day on CBS, so stay tuned. After our football action, it's number 6 Oklahoma. They're unbeaten against number 1 ranked UConn Huskies, or some of you will see Big 10 action as the Hoosiers go to Ann Arbor to play the Wolverines. Check your local listings for the game in your area to follow this playoff contest from Kansas City. Now tie now, 11:07 left, and Trent Green in the Kansas City offense. Green, how quiet the crowd is when they have the ball. To the sideline, and Kennison has it knocked away.
The only thing I would say about Kansas City's offense is that there is still time to run Priest Holmes. That with, over 11 minutes left here in the fourth quarter and down by 14, you can't abandon Priest Holmes. He is your best weapon, and the play action that ensues from him running the ball, your second best weapon. So don't go away from him.
And that draw play has been effective on 2nd and long. Tony Richardson in to block for him. There is the draw. But into a crowd, and he's able to burrow for 4, maybe 5. Washington and Thornton, the 2 outside backers, knife in for the tackle.
There's Ron Meeks, the defensive coordinator for the Colts. It's his 2nd year on the job. Works it from the sidelines, likes to talk to his players when they come off the field. And, his task has been rather daunting as well, looking at this Kansas City offense.
3rd down and 6 for Green. Steps up, and he's caught from behind. A flag is down, thrown in the secondary. Monte Rager, who's played solidly in the center of that defense. Remember, he had his eye injured in the first half, has returned. And the preliminary signal is it's against the Colts.
Holding 25 of the defense, 5 yards, automatic first down.
Well, but not for the hold. They would be punting for the first time.
Can you spell big? Nick Harper gets called. He's working on the slot. This is him right here in the middle. And he had the hold on more than 5 yards downfield. And but that's, you talk about BIG for Kansas City.
First penalty of the game for the Colts. The officials have let him play. Move it out to near the 34-yard line with 10 minutes 12 seconds left.
Dick, good football teams are supposed to be able to play the game without a lot of penalties. That's why they're good.
And yet each season there'll always be one team that most penalized, and they're right there too. So
quarterback scramble, that makes it a running play. The enforcement of a penalty on a running play should be from the end of the run. There will be 3 additional yards.
Well, Jerry Austin with a good explanation. Every yard counts.
1st and 10 from the 37.
That's a good job of using a field mic by a referee. You just can't pick the ball up and move it 3 yards without. I'm feeling kind of good about it. They're behind. We'll give them 3 more. Doesn't work like that.
It's a typical Kansas City shift. Moving Gonzalez to the right side. Give to Holmes. Runs away from trouble. Gets out of bounds. At the 38-yard line, a gain of a couple. Marcus Washington, the linebacker from Auburn, made the play. Well, this is a Tony Dungy defense that was really in need of being rebuilt. They were not good last year. They've certainly gotten better this season, and he'll continue in that direction. And Dungy, of course, the masterminding of that Tampa Bay Bucks defense that's played so well even since he left. Figure things are all moving in the positive direction in the capital city of Indiana. Green dumps it off to Holmes, and he's tackled right at the sticks by David Thornton. We were looking at Dan, at the receivers there. Holmes leads the Chiefs with 74 catches, and Edgerrin James has 51. That's 125 catches between the 2 guys.
And there's one glaring stat that jumps out at you. Not a touchdown reception between the 2 of them.
Hard to do.
No, but that is hard. I asked Priest Holmes the other day. I said, Priest, how do you catch 74 passes and not score with at least one of them?
He didn't have an answer. And it's like a false start.
And you know, when you keep in mind that he set the total touchdown record at 27, and every single one of them was rushing. He beat Marshall Faulk's record that was a combination of both rushing and receiving.
False start, 62 offense, 5 yards. It's still 3rd down.
Casey Wigman, the center, must have moved the ball.
He's protesting that I really didn't wiggle, but yeah, you see that little flex.
He was saying Larry Triplett did a little head fake on me.
I think every team in the league complains about the other team's center getting away with a lot of head bobbing and shoulder twitching and moving in an attempt to try to get the defense to jump.
So from 3rd and a short one to 3rd and 6. And Green fires to this side, overshoots his mark, looking for Morton. So out comes the punting team, and this is the first punt of the game, and the fans don't like it.
Well, Dick Vermeil has to hope that you have to punt it in this situation. If it just wasn't for the fact that his defense has shown no ability at all to stop Indianapolis. But with 8.5 minutes left in the game, the book says you have to punt.
Otherwise, you give the Colts a very short field. The line of scrimmage is the 42. Vermeil and the Chiefs going to talk it over, though.
Collecting data is only the first step toward wisdom. But sharing data is the first step toward community.
On February 13th, love means never having to say, "Who the hell are you?"
What is going on? Lucy was in a car accident. She lost her short-term memory.
Now,
Don't you remember me? That's stinking hilarious.
one guy will go to extremes.
Pretend you're attacking me so she pulls over.
To get the girl.
Help me, please.
Risky first date.
Are you okay? Yes, I'll be right back. Hey,
Rated PG-13. Opens February 13th.
Epson T001. Canon BC31E.
Shopping for ink and toner in most stores is hit or miss.
HP C9720.
Come on.
A.
At Staples, we stock a huge selection of cartridges, so we guarantee we'll have the one you need. Online or in store, promise.
HP 45.
Bingo.
Your ink and toner in stock. Staples. That was easy.
Chaos theory.
Out of chaos, patterns emerge. One little thing can solve an incredibly complex problem.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Wachovia Securities. Together, we can achieve uncommon results. 50 First Dates, starring Adam Sandler and Drew Barrymore, in theaters February 13th. And by Coors Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL and Super Bowl 38.
Welcome back to Arrowhead, and the Chiefs headmaster Dick Vermeil has sent the offense back out on the field. It's 4th down and 6 at the 41.5-yard line.
Talk about an expression of having no confidence at all in your defensive football team.
8.5 minutes to go. I mean, all logic would say you got to punt the ball, but Green looking for 6+ down the middle. He got it. Kennison, first down at the 40.
Kudos to the Chiefs and Dick Vermeil. But that really is saying, if we give them the ball one more time, we're out of the game. And what a pressure-packed throw and catch from Trent Green to Eddie Kennison.
19 yards. Well, I guess a good offense is a good defense. And he skips this one to Dante Hall. Trying to throw low to Hall, and one hopper. A reminder tonight on CBS, it's the People's Choice Awards. You can vote for your favorite stars in movies, music, and TV at CBS.com. And Charlie Sheen and John Cryer host the People's Choice Awards live tonight at 9/8 Central here on CBS. Two of the nicest guys in the coaching profession. I mean, there are a lot of nice, but these two are just such terrific men to be with calling a game. They're so cooperative. Green slides on. Ooh, as he popped hard at the 35, and fans want a penalty. But apparently it was judged that the Colts were in position to make a move on the tackle before Green went down.
Yeah, they're arguing that Green got hit, but let's be realistic. If you're in the air and the quarterback slides, and that's exactly the situation there. You take a look at Brackett right there. He's already in the air. He's already left his feet. And yes, their helmets did collide, but keep in mind that he's a runner at that situation. And a tackle, if your helmets collide, it's just part of the game.
3rd and 5. There's the first down pickup as he goes to Tony Richardson, the fullback. First catch for Richardson today. He's on his way to Honolulu for the first time. And the clock runs under 7 minutes to go. Ball at the 25. Green again. Holmes underneath. Grabbed by an ankle. David Thornton has had a solid season. This second-year backer from North Carolina. Free agent.
And no huddle here by the Chiefs, and that's a smart move as this clock moves under 6.5.
Green again underneath, in the middle of the field open. This time Priest Holmes. First down inside the 15. Clock runs. And the fans now trying to help out Dick Vermeil. They're trying to get it going. No huddle. They're so savvy. They really are terrifically well-educated fans here. Draw. Holmes caught from behind at about the 7. Nice hustle by Robert Mathis, the Alabama A&M rookie. Derek Blaylock in for Holmes. 5:43 to go. Holmes with 175 yards rushing. He's done his part. Did have that one costly fumble. Blaylock caught in the backfield. Brad Scioli, the veteran from Penn State, and Chad Bratsky getting some work on that defensive line.
The crowd mumbling a little bit about that call in particular to Blaylock, but you still have to run the football. It's just this crowd would rather see number 31 being the guy running the football.
He's back in. Ticking down to the 5-minute mark.
And the Colts had to take a timeout as one of their guys was trying to get off the field. If they'd have snapped it, they'd have had 12 on the field.
teach us about financial advisors. The best ones take you where others can't. At Wachovia Securities, we learn from the world around us. Because regardless of conditions, investment opportunities can be found. Together, we can achieve uncommon results. Wachovia Securities.
It is not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent, but the one most responsive to change.
There are three simple words to describe Ford Explorer. First, most, best. First in class with independent rear suspension. Most third-row passenger room. And the most trusted SUV 11 years running. Ford Explorer, the best-selling SUV in America. Period. If you haven't looked at Ford lately, look again.
It's true that you can be anything you want, but it is far easier when your ambition is complemented by the ambition of others.
When a former George W. Bush insider says, at cabinet meetings, the president acted like a blind man talking to the deaf, that's a story for 60 Minutes, tonight.
A teacher was the prime suspect in a bizarre murder. Now a secret will lead to a shocking discovery.
Well, there must have been a reason you were investigated.
New cold case, CBS tonight.
Now you're watching CBS, the Super Bowl station, and next Sunday the AFC Championship. It'll be either Indianapolis or Kansas City going to New England to battle for the title. The Colts 6 yards shy of 400 in the game. Kansas City 12 yards shy. Third down from inside 10. Green can't get away. Does he? Yeah, he was outside the tackle box, so that will not be intentionally grounding the ball.
So he saves the penalty. That was Dwight Freeney going to the Pro Bowl in his second year who made the play, and he is quick. He is quick. He's quicker. Just couldn't do it. Dwight Freeney did what he does best. Let's get upfield with a lot of speed. Now the moment of truth in this game is fourth down. And 5 yards to go for first down for Kansas City. And Green has him out of the huddle. Loose defense played by the Colts and Dante Horn in motion. Green sets up the throw. Looks in the end zone. Throws complete at the 1 yard line. It'll be first down. Eddie Kennison with the catch. Gary Brackett made the tackle at the 1. We apologize for our visual problems there momentarily. And but the Chiefs convert on fourth down. The Chiefs have nothing to apologize for. Twice now on this drive, they've converted on fourth downs to keep the sticks moving.
And one wonders if they score here. Is an onside kick coming?
Well,
it's Holmes setting up about it. And he has one touchdown. He has 2 touchdowns. 27, an all-time mark in the regular season, and 2 here today. So he pulls Kansas City if they make the extra point within 7. Do you kick it to Indianapolis?
No, I think why not gamble all the way and go for the onside kick? The Kansas City defense has not stopped the Indianapolis Colts yet this game, other than the last possession of the first half when time ran out. You could not fault Dick Vermeil whatsoever if he decided to go ahead and go for the onside kick.
Morton Anderson adds the extra point. 76 yards. Go. The Chiefs convert on 2 fourth downs and pull within 7. 4:22 left.
Mike, Sue.
Yes.
Love and honor.
Yep.
Sickness, health.
Uh-huh.
Objections? Rings? Do you?
I do.
Do you?
I do.
Kiss? Husband and wife. Next.
Nextel walkie-talkies get it done.
So just when I'm thinking, isn't there a car out there I could get excited about? Wham! There's this car with all this stuff. Then as I'm thinking, now here's a car I could see myself in. Blam! There's this other car with all this stuff. And just as I'm thinking, how could this possibly get any sweeter?
The all-new Mazda 3 and Mazda 3 5-door. Rethink what's possible.
Hello?
Did you steal my cell phone?
Yes.
This is the guy
Guess if I have any clothes on.
who fell for the girl.
She's not dumb.
Who has a plan
$200,000.
to steal this guy's money.
Getting in deep, aren't you?
Owen Wilson, Morgan Freeman in a con where only one con can win.
You hit me.
The Big Bounce.
Get a room.
Rated PG-13. Starts Friday, January 30th.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by IBM, official information technology partner of the NFL, and by Bud Light. For the great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down, make it a Bud Light.
The seats haven't been used much today at Arrowhead. These fans have been on their feet screaming from 1 hour before the game. They were already hyped in the warm-ups.
What a dilemma for Dick Vermeil. Every instinct as a coach says we just have to kick this deep. You can't do an onside kick at 4:22. But the other side of that is his defense has not stopped the Indianapolis Colts once today.
And so they line up as if they're going to onside it to the right side. Dominic Rhodes creeps up. He's the only deep man now for the Colts. And now they shift the other way. 4:22 left plus 2 timeouts for both teams. And now the Colts, no, the Chiefs are going to spend 1. Timeout Kansas City, they point.
This is so against a coach's instinct to even think about onside kicking in this position, but yet you've got to take into consideration they just haven't even come close to stopping the Colts yet today. You know, Dick, a perfect scenario for Dick Vermeil, onside kick, use every second, score a touchdown on the last play of regulation to tie it, go to overtime, win the toss, and then drive down and win it. And in that way, Peyton Manning never gets back on the field again. How's that for a wish list?
Indianapolis was recognized first, and Indianapolis is charged with a timeout. That is their second. They have 1 remaining.
Oh, both teams trying to call timeout. Tony Dungy loses 1. He has 1 remaining. Kansas City 2. I think Dungy himself was surprised to see the Chiefs shift into that onside kick formation.
Well, certainly a big break for Kansas City that they're able to save a timeout by the Colts being honored first by Jerry Austin's crew. That timeout might come in very handy for the boys in red.
But you think what a compliment this is, as much as it is to the defense of the Chiefs, unable to stop anyone. There you see the success, 21% in the league in the regular season.
Dick Vermeil, a big statistic guy. You know, he knows that by heart. That's a 1 in 5 chance of recovering an onside kick.
Rams recovered 1 last night. The kicker himself, Wilkins, got it. He's going to kick it deep.
He's going to ask his defense to do something they haven't done all day.
Dominic Rhodes. And the Chiefs very high on that turnover differential. The best in the league, plus 19, have been unable to force a fumble or an interception today. And of course, moving on to a week from today, 3 o'clock Eastern time, 12 in the West. It'll be either the Colts or the Chiefs at New England, and Jim Nance, Marino, Sanders, Boomer will be there 2 o'clock on NFL Today to set the table. What a game. It has never, again, ladies and gentlemen, it has never happened in the entire history of the NFL playoffs that both teams have not punted. It's happened today so far. Will the Chiefs, uncharacteristically, be able to stop Manning and the Colts and make them punt? James on the edge. Grabbed by Browning after a gain of about 4.
This is where every member of the Colts offense is in the huddle saying no penalties. We can't get called for holding. We can't false start. We can't hurt ourselves. because you almost get the hit that that's the kind of help that the Chiefs are going to need defensively for the Colts to make a mistake. And today on offense, they've made very few.
And James, look at that. He got 5 on first down. Eye contact between Manning and Harrison. And then Manning pulls up and throws the lob complete to James. And he has a first down at the 45 and stays in bounds. And the clock runs at the 3:20 mark.
But we're back to the Chiefs' inability to mount any pass rush at all. Look at Peyton Manning. Stand there, stand there, stand there. And then just lob a perfect little pass over the top of Scott Fujita right to Edger and Jay. Look at that ball. That's more like a basketball toss to a post player right up by the basket than it is a pass, but it was perfect.
Manning 22 for 30 in the game. He's over the 300-yard mark. And works the clock now. James, big hole. And 8 yards, and James almost toying with the defense of the Chiefs. Protecting the ball. He's not going to take any chance on a hit, knocking it free. Still gets 8. And Robinson and the Chiefs wanted to use a timeout. No one's called one yet.
Life is a bowl of cherries with 8 yards, almost 9 yards on first down.
121 yards for James. What a compliment to the Manning passing game. Working toward the 2-minute timeout.
Yeah,
Kansas City has 2 timeouts
and
left.
they don't have to run a play. They're not going to do it.
Boy, they let 30 seconds run off there where they could have called time. Robinson seemed to be giving the signal, and Manning's got that knowing smile. 2 minutes to go.
Oh, Cedric, this is perfect.
Yeah, just you, me, and 6 of our best friends.
Ooh.
You know, I feel so good. I could just...
Oh, Cedric, I love when you dance.
I got a fire in my pants, girl.
Ooh, Cedric.
With a great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down. Make it a Bud Light.
Cedric. Cedric.
Introducing Subway's new Atkins-friendly wraps, like the savory chicken bacon ranch wrap and the turkey and bacon melt wrap. Packed with all the delicious taste you'd expect from Subway, but with under 11 net carbs. They'll help you satisfy your low-carb goals. As for your other goals, like avoiding your in-laws indefinitely, well, there you're on your own. The new Atkins-friendly wraps from Subway. Good, so you don't always have to be.
So just when I'm thinking, isn't there a car out there I could get excited about? Wham! There's this car with all this stuff. Then as I'm thinking, now here's a car I could see myself in. Wham! There's this other car with all this stuff. 2 cars, the same, yet different. Kind of like those twins I met in Chicago.
The all-new Mazda 3 and Mazda 3 5-door. Rethink what's possible.
CBS Monday. Road rage turns deadly. An eyewitness sees everything.
I memorized the alphabet.
His mental age is about 7 or 8.
But finding out the truth won't be easy.
No jury would find Eugene competent.
Not stupid.
All new CSI Miami, CBS Monday.
Don't stop the beat. I can't control my feet. People in the street. Come on, everybody, and move your feet.
And oh, have they ever moved their feet. They came into the game regular season. Kansas City, highest scoring team. The Colts were second, tied for second with the St. Louis Rams, and they've lived up to all their offensive potential.
Well, just imagine what the Colts have done in the last 2 weeks in playoff conditions. What they did to Denver last week at home, and now what they're doing to Kansas City. This has been nothing short of a remarkable display of offensive prowess by Peyton Manning and his teammates.
Hey, the Chiefs have 31 points, and they're losing. They can't stop the other guys. The frustration for these Kansas City fans is Manning, another impeccable game. Second and short. James, second effort, lunges for a first down at the 35. And Kansas City is going to have to spend a timeout pretty soon.
Oh, they had him stopped, Dick. Peyton, Edgerrin James was stopped well short of the first down, and in second effort somehow kept him from going down, and his legs kept driving. The Chiefs had him.
Well, now they're at the very limits, are the Chiefs, with only one timeout and only 1:48 left. And you know Manning will use every second of each play clock.
Well, we talked about what Indy has done today. Right off the bat, Brandon Stokely wide open, untouched until the 1-yard line, goes Edgerrin James. Then we're back when their fullback Lipinski gets his first touch of the year. Reggie Wayne gets in on the action. Edgerrin James again, but there's the guy. Rarely do you ever see anyone in as complete control of the situation, Dick, in one of the most hostile environments in this league. Arrowhead Stadium. Peyton Manning looked like he was sunning himself sipping lemonade on the beach somewhere.
He has his own studio at home. He takes home all the game tapes. As we said earlier, looked at every one of Kansas City games in the course of the regular season and the game played here 2 years ago, and basically knew in every formation where the Chiefs should line up, and if they didn't, he knew where to throw the ball. Remarkable effort by these Colts again, back-to-back without using a punter. Denver, and now here in Kansas City. Dominic Rhodes for a couple of yards, and Kansas City has now used its complement of timeouts. And we remind you, tonight begins with America's #1 news magazine, 60 Minutes, and then television's most watched new drama, Cold Case. Charlie Sheen and John Cryer host the People's Choice Awards. All here. That's tonight, Sunday, on CBS. Bonnie, what do you have for us?
Dick, you watch Peyton Manning run the offense with ease, and it's almost a reflection of the way he's been uncustomarily loose in practice the last 2 weeks. He told us, you know, we've got so many young kids, the veterans have been on them all year, but I just wanted to loosen things up. And in fact, 2 weeks ago, when they faced Denver and they moved Jeff Saturday, the center, over to right guard, he actually lined up behind guard during practice and had the entire team rolling on the floor. He just thought that because there was so much pressure, particularly to get that first win, that he had to take the lead and loosen things up.
Yeah, he's such a perfectionist that sometimes he's a little too stern with his teammates on even little mistakes. So they're trying to have some fun with your own human error. Dominic Rhodes and not James in there, and it's Rhodes for a couple. Brings up third down, and the clock cannot be stopped by Kansas City.
It's 3rd and 8. From the 33.
You might have stayed tuned for the Subway post-game report. Jim and the All-Star cast in New York to assimilate what this game has become, and the impact on the team that will be playing New England a week from today for the AFC Championship, one step from the Super Bowl.
If the Colts don't get a first down, Kansas City will get the football back.
Manning right down to 1 second, gives to Rhodes. He stopped short of the first down at the 27, about 2 yards shy. That brings up 4th down. It's about 12 seconds difference between the end of the game and this play clock. 13 and 3, 3 straight times in the playoffs, Kansas City, and they're seconds away from 3 just disastrous defeats here at Arrowhead.
Well, what does Indianapolis do right now?
Looks as if they're going to let it go right down to use every second.
And you know something? We may see a punt. We may see a punt.
Now timeout called by the Colts. 13 seconds to go.
The one thing about a punt is it would take some time. It takes a good 3 seconds, 4 seconds before you have to pooch the ball. Then the ball's in the air for a little while. Then if nobody fields it cleanly, it rolls around and eats up some more time.
Well, you see this number 17 Hunter Smith crowding toward that huddle, but Manning is coming back on field.
Well, the other one is that Peyton Manning can take off with the football, run around with it for a while, and then throw it.
As we saw last night, throw it as high as you can.
Right. It's the way New England ended the game last night. So there are a variety of ways to chew up as many of those 13 seconds as you can imagine. But either way, I would have to think, unless they get the first down.
4th and 3. Rhodes, the running back.
Of course, what's to make you think that they won't get the first down?
Good point. Rhodes behind a wall of white blockers, and he is stopped shy of the first down, and the clock stops on the fourth down play at 8 seconds. So they take over on downs, Kansas City, with a chance to wind up and look for a miracle throw at the 27-yard line. Not many plays in the old book. You really go into the back of the book to find something here.
Well, but all you can hope for is the miracle reception or some sort of a defensive penalty that would give you one more shot if you got enough yards where you could throw the ball into the end zone.
A little hook and lateral. Or
keep in mind it can't end on a defensive penalty. Right now the safeties of the Colts are about 37 yards from the line of scrimmage. These guys back here are a long way from the line.
It's the line of defense. Doss, Harris, and Bashir. You've got Dante Hall in there. They may want to try to get it to their speediest open field runner. No, they're going to throw it up the middle, and Holmes tackled immediately at the 41. He wanted a lateral, but there was no one there, and the game is over. The Colts with a remarkable offensive effort here in Kansas City. Peyton Manning, Edgerrin James, Marvin Harrison, and the rest of this Indianapolis team not punting for 2 consecutive playoff games, and they come into a Arrowhead Stadium with 79,000 partisans and earn a 38-31 win. What a game.
And I guess depending on which team you're rooting for, it was either the most incredible offensive performance you've seen in a long time out of Manning or the Colts. I suspect if you're a Chiefs fan, you're looking at one of the biggest defensive collapses you've ever seen.
And on the other hand, even the happy Colts fans are saying, wow, we can't give up 31 points either. And so the #1 seed, the Patriots in New England, earning the home field advantage, will meet the South champions of the AFC, the Indianapolis Colts. And what a game they had earlier this year, as you'll remember. And that was in Indianapolis. And the Patriots held the Colts on 4 downs at 1st and goal. And Willie McGinnis making the tackle on the final play of the game to earn a 38-34 win. So perhaps another high-scoring affair in store for us in the AFC Championship game. So the Subway post-game show coming up, so stay with us. And then college basketball here on CBS Sports. 38-31 scoring fest at Arrowhead. Pleased you were with us. It was a rare game to enjoy. For Dan Dierdorf and Bonnie Bernstein, Dick Enberg, congratulations to Tony Dungy. Hadn't won as a head coach in 5 chances, a playoff game on the road. He has a big one in Kansas City today. The Colts continue to show they can win on the road. The final again, Colts 38, Chiefs 31.
Low carb diet mud.
The Subway post-game show is sponsored by Subway. Good, so you don't always have to be. Subway, eat fresh.
The Indianapolis Colts are headed to Foxborough for the AFC Championship game. Jim Nantz with you on the Subway post-game show. So much for home field advantage. The state of Missouri had been 16-0 this year. Rams undefeated and the Chiefs undefeated. They both lose this weekend. What a bizarre game today. Offense dominating, no punts in the entire game. Dan Dion and Boomer and Shannon Sharp in Studio 43 here in New York. And the Colts and the Patriots all set for next Sunday, fellas.
Man, it's unbelievable. Perfect Peyton. The guy's just, he's on fire. 2 games, playoff games. He's 44 for 56, 8 touchdowns. And if you don't get pressure on this guy and you don't get people in his face and he's running play action, setting up no one around him, he's going to tear you up. He's on fire, and he's been doing it for 2 games in a row.
Kansas City couldn't stop anyone in this game. Neither defense can. Edgerrin James, big day like we talked about earlier. You got to run the ball against Kansas City. But Peyton Manning, man, I have to admit, I mean, the guy is worthy of the MVP.
Man, looking at these plays from Kansas City, 30 rushes, 30 passes, 408 total yards. Offensively, they did everything they could possibly do. Defensively, guys, you did not show up today. You stole today. That is utterly ridiculous in the playoffs. for you all to play like you played. And we played like that last week. So I'm talking about our defense all
You know it well. Well, you know, the thing about Peyton Manning, let's face it, every time the Kansas City Chiefs started to mount a run and all of a sudden the momentum started going back towards the side of Kansas City, Peyton Manning had an answer. And he led his team to points, touchdowns. And I'll tell you, it was an MVP-like performance. He's been a terrific player for 5 years, and we're finally seeing him, you know, in full stature with right in the middle of his prime, making all the plays. It's going to be a wonderful game next week in New England. If you're Romeo Crennel, you're having nightmares. If you're Charlie Weiss, you can't wait for the game to start.
How about no punts? No punts in the entire game.
Hey, he was complimented today by Edgerrin James, 124 yards and 2 touchdowns. Let's go back to Arrowhead. Bonnie Bernstein with Edge.
Edgerrin James, you go from 2 weeks ago never having won a playoff game to going to the AFC Championship. Was it easier this week than last week?
No, you know, it was a tough game, but, you know, one thing we knew that we can't just settle for last week. We had to just come out here and play our game, and we just knew it was all about us taking care of our responsibility.
One of the things Peyton talked about in terms of what you wanted to do early was establishing you with the running game. How were you able to do that?
Well, you know, the offensive line did a great job. You know, Peyton makes all the calls, you know, and I'm here to do take care of my responsibility. And when my numbers call, you know, I just got to run hard and, you know, and move the chains.
Okay, Edge, thanks.
All right, thank you, Bonnie. And again, Peyton Manning now in the playoffs, 44 for 56. As Dan said, 8 touchdowns, no interceptions. And did I hear you say, yes, this man deserves MVP? Did you say
yes, he deserves MVP, but you got to understand this big three. We always talk about the big three. You know Peyton's going to do his job. Marvin Harrison, double coverage the guy. You can't not stop this guy. But when you get Edgerrin James running like the old Edgerrin James, this team is hard to beat.
No question about that. And here's Edgerrin right here. One more look.
How many missed tackles? Come on, you got to be kidding me. Guys running wide open. Look at this right here. There's a missed tackle there. There's a missed tackle for a touchdown. Another missed tackle. Guys falling all over the place for the Kansas City Chiefs. Who, by the way, remember Trent Green was telling us, if our defense could just be in the middle of the league, we have a Super Bowl team. They've gotten worse since the season has unfolded.
The defense was a disaster down the stretch for Kansas City. Hey, you talked about Peyton Manning. Let's go back. Bonnie has him.
Okay, Peyton Manning, today was one of those days when it just seemed like you could do no wrong, similar to last week. How were you able to just work your magic with them?
Well, the Chiefs have an excellent team. They've been so good here at home. We knew we had to score a lot of points. We knew their offense was excellent. They were going to be able to match us. Thought we executed well. Had a great run-pass mix. Line blocks great. Big win today. Talk
a little bit more about your line, because it seemed like you really had all day to throw.
We had good protection. I thought we mixed our protections. We mixed our formations. Edgerrin's running the ball well, kept them off balance a little bit, keep them from just coming upfield real hard. And Tom Moore called a great game, just really executed well overall.
Give me a little preview of the AFC Championship. You lost to this team earlier, 38-34 at home. What do you expect this time around?
It's going to be a great game, and everything's on the line. Patriots have been super tough at home. They're tough on the road as well. Going up there, playing up there, it's a tough place to play, but we're looking forward to it.
Peyton, thanks.
Okay, thanks a lot.
The man has been amazing in the postseason. So Peyton Manning and the Colts, 1 game away from Super Bowl 38. And we will continue on the Subway postgame show. We'll hear from Tony Dungy when we continue on CBS in a moment.
Low-carb diet mud.
Carb sneaking. Diet cheating. We made a promise to each other. Doesn't that mean anything to you?
But it's the new Atkins right from Subway.
Oh. Introducing the new Atkins-friendly chicken bacon ranch and turkey and bacon melt wraps. 2 great new tastes from Subway with under 11 net carbs.
What you got there, buddy?
Subway, good, so you don't always have to be.
Plan your escape. At the job website, partner with over 350 leading newspapers and professional organizations. CareerBuilder.com.
I got you something.
Oh, you shouldn't have. Oh, this is nice. And here's yours. I know it's not fancy, but it's what's inside that counts. And what's inside is Labatt Blue.
Wow.
Huh?
I love it.
Break out the blue. Labatt Blue.
Awesome gift.
Oh, yeah.
A while back, a young couple came into H&R Block, and I said, you know, if you open an express IRA, you'll get a bigger refund. And you can use the IRA to save for a house. They got all excited. She started talking about the baby's room. And he said, what baby? Next thing you know, they own a house. They brought in pictures of the baby's room and asked me what color to paint it. What could I say?
The new H&R Block Advantage.
A teacher was the prime suspect in a bizarre murder. Now a secret will lead to a shocking discovery.
Well, there must have been a reason you were investigated.
New cold case, CBS tonight.
The Subway postgame show is sponsored by Subway. Good, so you don't always have to be. Subway, eat fresh.
It is good to have you with us on the Subway Post Game Show. Stick with us. We got Leslie Visser coming up from Philadelphia. I want to remind you, basketball is next. Oklahoma, 6th ranked in the country, taking on #1 Connecticut on campus and stores. It'll be some scene there today. Some of you will see Indiana and Michigan in Big Ten play. Meanwhile, next Sunday, our special AFC Championship game edition of the NFL Today. We will be on site in Foxborough. Mark it down, 2 o'clock Eastern time next Sunday, leading right into the AFC title game. The Colts and the Patriots. The winner moves on to Super Bowl 38 in Houston on February the 1st. Tony Dungy and the Colts celebrating that victory today down in Kansas City. Let's go into the Indianapolis locker room and listen into the coach.
All right, all right, all right. This is Gene Huey's house. They can't beat him here. Great, great, great job, okay, all the way around. We said that's what it was going to take. A lot of guys stepping up, making plays, making it happen. Just fantastic, fabulous, okay? But the mission didn't stop last week. It's not over this week. We didn't come here just to win one playoff game on the road. We're going to New England next week. It's the 2 best teams in the AFC, no question about it, okay? It'll be a great matchup. They got us the first time, but Denver got us the first time, right? Okay. We'll have a good plan for you. Ready? You guys, your chore is to be rested up and ready to go. We're going to celebrate on the plane on the way back. Okay? We'll celebrate. You guys still have the 2 days off. Okay? But then we come in Wednesday, focused in on that goal, just like we have been. Great job. And let's get dressed, get out of here, let's leave with some class. Colts on 3, 1, 2, 3, go!
All right, good for Tony Dungy and the Colts. You recall just 2 weeks ago, everyone was saying, can this team even win a playoff game? No. And now, you know, they've just busted out of it with 2 brilliant performances.
And Peyton Manning, you know, playing the way he's been playing, great. Yes, Tony Dungy, you know, in Tampa, his team went to the Super Bowl, you know, last year with Gruden and won, and he kind of created a little bit of that there. He's got a team I think that can go. The big question mark, again, is, you know, Kansas City. They put up 31 points on the Colts defense, you know, so that still is a question mark for Tony Dungy.
The defense is a tremendous concern. You got to understand, Priest Holmes rushed for 176 yards. That has to concern you, especially, but New England can't do that. They're controlling the clock, running the ball, and I'll tell you what, the special teams also are an area of concern.
Just remember, they met November 31st. Already this year, and guess what happened? You know, somehow, someway, New England finds a way to win, down 31-10 into the 4th quarter. Peyton Manning rallies them back, and then it comes up to a big play at the end of the game. William McGinnis has got to make a stop on the 1-yard line. The Patriots go on the win. I'll tell you what, the last person I think that Peyton Manning wants to see is Bill Belichick. 4-5 all-time against either a Bill Belichick defense at the Jets or as a head coach of the Patriots. He's 1-4 versus the Patriots, and not going to be an easy game at Gillette Stadium next week.
Colts, and you guys talked about it on the NFL Today. Dan, you said it. They need to do something with their special team kickoff coverage. You know, here comes Dante Hall. He runs one back. You remember earlier this year, Bethel Johnson? Yeah. Right before the half, ran one back. That's just an area of concern, I'm sure, for this week. And you said that was something that's been a weak point for them. Yes, they met earlier this year, and you wonder, had that goal line stand not held up, you know, different configuration in the playoffs, maybe this game would have been at the Dome. But we're going to Foxborough. We'll be right back. We'll head to Philly, too.
Introducing Subway's.
Come on through.
The Subway postgame show is sponsored by Subway. Good, so you don't always have to be. Subway, eat fresh.
Welcome back to the Subway Postgame Show. Coming your way tonight on CBS, another edition of 60 Minutes, followed by television's most-watched new drama, Cold Case, and then the People's Choice Awards, hosted by Charlie Sheen and John Cryer. February the 1st, we'll all be in Houston for Super Bowl 38. Coverage gets underway on CBS at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. We'll be on the air with the Super Bowl today, then at 2 Eastern, followed by Super Bowl 38. That's Sunday, February 1st, right here on CBS. And I got to tell you, the happiest guy in the studio right now is our man Jared from Subway.
Jared!
He's from Indianapolis. He was at the Colts game last week, celebrating here in the studio today.
I was, and I even brought in an old picture of what I used to wear back when I was heavy. You can see.
Big boy.
Like 425, but look, it's an old Marshall Folk shirt from Indianapolis.
That's right,
so
28.
Born and raised I was, and here to celebrate this victory.
And you love your Colts and you love your Subway. And
I do.
You've lost how much weight?
245 pounds total.
Good for you.
And they just came out with a brand new, Subway just came out with a brand new Atkins-friendly wrap. It's easier on the carbs, and it's been a very high success. I know you had one the other day.
Good stuff.
And so they're doing very well, and hopefully if you haven't tried one yet, go out and have one.
It's always
Jared's lost weight already.
Jared is my hero. It's good to have you back in our studio.
Thank you very
Jared.
much.
Congrats for your Colts victory today. Let's check in. Let's check in with the Eagles and Packers just before game time there. Leslie Visser is there. And Leslie, how about the atmosphere in Philadelphia?
Thanks, Jim. It's chilly here, but a great scene. The Packers brought 15,000 pounds of cold weather gear. I think I might go borrow some of it. Well, I just spoke to Donovan McNabb. He said he is so excited after 14 days off that he came to the stadium an hour earlier than he usually does. He said, I am ready to go back to the NFC Championship. And as for Brett Favre, we know that he has added to his already considerable legend the past 3 weeks. The great Dick Butkus once said, well, who did destiny ever tackle? But you have to admit, something is at work.
What a throw by Brett Favre. That is the biggest miracle on the Packers sideline. He erupts. It is out. Touchdown.
We spent a year, an entire year since the end of last season working up to this. And just to say it's destiny or it's this, is that it does trivialize in some capacity.
Everybody's talking about destiny. It's amazing what he did after his father passed away. He could play a game like that. We respect that, but we keep hearing about this destiny. Where does that leave us? You know, we're trying to get to the Super Bowl, and everybody's talking about they're just going to come here and run through us.
No matter where we have to play, what type of surface, what type of environment, we have the confidence to think we can go in there and win. As long as we don't beat ourselves, and we'll be fine.
No one would have ever thought we won 9 straight, especially after the start we had. You know, no one would have thought that, you know, the guys that we have on this team would step up and be such an impact like they have. We set high goals early in the year, and now it's an opportunity for us now to attain those goals.
Well, Brett Favre, as you may know, has lost only 2 games in his entire career when the temperature is less than 34 degrees. And today he will not have to face cornerback Troy Vincent. Vincent has that hip flexor. He will not even dress for the game. Well, defensive lineman N.D. Kalu told me the challenge of playing Brett Favre is trying to get to him before he throws the ball. N.D. said it reminds him the quick release of Dan Marino. I said, did you ever have a sack in pro player? And N.D. said, yes, I did. And then he admitted it was Jay Fiedler. Jim?
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Leslie.
All right, Leslie. But who was that?
N.D.
Kalu. Oh, okay.
You might want to
know who he is?
Hey, Green Bay, Philadelphia. You saw Green Bay, very heavy air that day, the last game of the regular season. What do you see here?
Well, I like Green Bay. If they're going to lean on Armand Green, yeah, Brett's had a great year the last 6 or 7 games, but Armand Green has carried them thus far. And I think for the Philly to have a chance, they got to let Dante take the football, because you look at what he's done with those receivers that he has, 3,000 yards starting in the Pro Bowl, he's phenomenal. So given a choice, I think I like Green Bay and Armand Green.
Okay.
Oh, I like that. I like that.
You like Green Bay?
I do like Green Bay.
I like
the road game.
Let's go.
We'll continue on the Subway postgame show on CBS in a moment.
First day of victory.
A season that began with so much promise. 9 opening wins ends today for Kansas City. Here's Dick Vermeil.
Well, I told him I'm proud of him. You know, we didn't finish the journey the way we wanted to, but we've worked hard. We've come a long ways, and it looks like it's going to take us a little longer to get where we want to go. But I was proud of them. I was pleased with their effort all through long and to show class, because Tony Dungy and his group do nothing but show class, and we should show class in defeat.
He always does. Dick Vermeil in Kansas City. Ousted today. Gentlemen, we're heading to Foxborough. Shannon, thank you for great work this weekend.
Good job, man. Way to go, Shannon.
Fellas, we'll reconvene next week at the AFC title.
See you in Foxborough, baby.
See you there, big guy.
Can't wait to get there,
2 o'clock
fans.
Eastern time next Sunday. Basketball is next here on CBS.
Game. I mean, you know, their offense was moving the ball well. I thought their defense, you know, it's going to sound funny, but I thought they gave us different looks. You know, they mixed it up. I thought Tom really called a good game. We had a good mix of some, you know, some protections and some run pass. And anytime you can run the ball, that always helps keep them off balance. And we just had that good mix. And we were hot early, and we kind of stayed hot.
At that point, they were real, and the crowd went nuts again.
The crowd was into it the whole game. I mean, that first series, we kind of talked about. Oops, shoot. Sorry. Yeah, it's my first. Yeah. They were loud. It was super loud. I thought the no huddle helped, and that we're getting to the line, you know, pretty early. So if we had to check, you know, it took a while to change the play, but I had, you know, 20 seconds to do it. If you get to the line at 10 seconds, there's no way you can do it. So, but, you know, we wanted to score early and try to silence the crowd for a little bit. But, you know, and that kick return, that was as loud as it was the whole game. And I can't remember how that started off. Then we hit Marvin down the middle on a play-action pass. I think after that kind of silenced them for a little bit. And our red zone production was huge today.
Was the hardest touchdown to Reggie Wayne touchdown? It seemed like you were talking for about 5 minutes.
On that one, yeah, what happened on that one was you saw a couple times we kind of ran that hurry up, quick play. One time we forced them to call a timeout. The second time we got them with 12 men on the field. On that one, I did it, and they got off. I mean, you saw these big D linemen sprinting to get off, so I didn't want to run a play if they had 11. You know, that's kind of the idea of that play, is to catch them in substitution. So on that one, though, once they got off, I just kind of said, okay, let's, you know, everybody sit tight. And I told Tom to go ahead and give me the play that you want. And he called it. And we'd run it a couple of times on that series before, where he ran these quick slants. It was pretty tight coverage. We hit him. So on that one, had the same play, and we gave him a little pump route. And that was big. That came at a critical time as well.
These last 2 games for every possession?
We kind of talked about it about that third series, just kind of amongst ourselves, the offensive line, you know. But you know, you trust, you feed off each other, and you know, I thought the first series of the game for the defense, holding them to 3, you know, was huge. But we talked about that we're in a rhythm. Let's keep doing it. Let's don't self-destruct. You know, I mean, the one time we had a little, I guess, self-destruction. We had just a busted protection on the series before the half. And good thing they only had 1 timeout left, so we just took the lead and went on in right there. But besides that, though, we thought if we could keep doing our assignments right, we thought we had some good matchups on the outside and the inside. We thought we could move the ball.
Hey, do you feel like you're in the zone personally? When you talk about whatever it is, when everything is in rhythm and you just in a good space for yourself?
Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of deep for me, that whole zone thing. I mean, I guess Jordan had said that a few years ago. It's, like I said, that's deep. I'm just a football player. I'm hot, I guess, right now. We're hot on offense. That makes a little more sense. We got a good mix going with our run game and our pass game. And excuse me for saying I think we are, as an offense. We are hot right now. But it's not trickery. You know, we're not running flea flickers. We're not running reverses. We're running the same plays we've run all season. But we have really just sharpened up our execution. And I mean, you can talk about Marvin and me and Edgerrin. I mean, those guys up front are really getting after them and providing holes. And hopefully we can keep it up. It's going to be our toughest challenge of the season by far next week up in New England.
Peyton Manning, career starts in the playoff. You can see he was 0-3 before the 2003 series. Now he's 2-0. He's got 8 touchdowns, no interceptions, passing yards 680. And by the way, those 8 touchdown passes to 4 different receivers. He'll face a very tough New England Patriots defense in the championship game. When we come back here on ESPN News.